Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful... I'm out of focus. Wow. Is this better? Hopefully you're having a nice Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to y'all. I am in my cozy Christmas outfit. Yes, I've got my nice cozy hat. I've got my, what's up, Arheeb? Kicking things off with 5 big ones. Let's get some hype going for Arheeb 3 in the chat. 153 total gifted subs so far to the channel. I appreciate you, Arheeb. Hopefully you're having a good one. Yeah, check this out. I got the National Bohemian Christmas sweatshirt on with my nice cozy hat. Man, I've had this hat for so long and I love it. I wear it like every winter all the time. It's just such a goofy hat, right? But I love it so much. It's crazy. Yeah, thank you so much, Mythic Alex, as well, for that tier 1 sub in the 18 months. Yeah! It's Pokemon card time. I got the Toronto Regional Championships coming up this weekend. Me and the squad going to be attending. Natalie is going to be helping with... she's helping to staff the event. Thank you, J-Ho, for that tier 1 sub. J-Ho-Ho-Ho, am I right? Let's go. 26 months, thank you. I feel like this is my catcher in the rye hat. That's what I think of when I wear this hat. Yeah, I had a peppermint mocha with an extra shot of espresso this morning. It's not even December yet. Do you think that I care? Absolutely not. It is holiday time. It is 100% holiday time. We've got some exciting stuff on the agenda. What? The new Japanese, VMAX Climax 2 or whatever, okay? What is it called? That set's coming out on December 4th. It's going to be here any minute. V-Star Universe, that's right. We've got V-Star Universe. The second is coming out this Friday? That's what I'm saying. Shubhand's got the right idea. All employers should just give October to December off because I ain't doing nothing at work anyway. Yes, had a nice peppermint mocha with an extra shot of espresso. Feeling good, feeling fine. We got Natalie and I had a meeting last night with a cabinet vendor. We are remodeling our kitchen, which is very exciting. It is currently in terrible shape. Yes, it is quite bad. The kitchen is like from the 50s. It is old and needs redone. So we're embarking on that journey. We met, and took a look at some cabinets yesterday. We do a little adulting. Okay. So that was fun. Thank you, Lieutenant Surge, for the tier 1 sub in the 21 months. I don't know if you guys know how much kitchens cost. Turns out that stuff's expensive. Who knew that the cabinets just cost so much? Holy smokes, cabinets cost a lot of money, bro. That's insane. You thought your Lugia deck was expensive. My God. Oh, cabinets, bro. Oh, man, cabinets are expensive. Some of the cabinets cost as much as an oven, bro. You could get an oven for the cost of a cabinet. It's crazy. You could get a dishwasher for the cost of a single cabinet. It's insane. Oh, yes. So Anyways, I'm excited about it. It's an exciting project. I'm very blessed to be able to embark on it. So thankful for that. And I'm just full. I'm packed to the brim with holiday cheer. Because November and December are like the best fall, winter months, right? January and February, they're trash. All right, I'm just going to be honest. Yeah. January and February, not nearly as based as November, December. November, December is all just so exciting. You got Thanksgiving, you got the holidays, you got the New Year. Man, it's exciting when it gets cold and snowy at first. But then, then things start to kind of really drag when it's snowing in March. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. We should just get rid of January and February. What do we even need those months for anyway? It's just depressing. No holiday cheer. Nothing. Peppermint lattes are no longer in season. Oh, Black History Month in February. That's big. But Valentine's Day, that's just a marketing scheme. All right. Valentine's Day, nah, that's just literally a marketing scheme. Yeah, so not feeling it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it is what it is. We're in the best time of year right now. So let's just soak that all in. Feels good, man. Feels good. It's weirdly like too warm in my studio. I was not expecting this problem. So I'm going to like push the space heater away. And I guess we can get started on the content. Yesterday, we played some Arceus Duraludon. We took a look at the holo textures between the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online and the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Edited up a little video, posted it to Twitter. Arheeb! Getting in there with the 2,000 bits as well. Arheeb. It's got that holiday spirit. Thank you, Arheeb. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your continued support. Let's go, Arheeb. Let's go. Appreciate you, Arheeb. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah. So, what do we want to do today? I got Toronto on Friday, or, I'm leaving for Toronto on Friday. So, I will not be streaming then. We got the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. We got the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Reshi Mine says, let's not do the live talk again. Why? Getting stun locked on live is like kind of fun. All right, what if we just... All right, what if... What if we just like played one game? How do you beat Lugia? That's what I'm saying, Arheeb. There's not a lot of great ways to do it to beat Lugia. Hey, I personally, the live talk, we'll run a game with Arc-Dew while we talk. Okay. I don't have to think very much while we're talking about Arc-Dew. So we could just cue this one up, Get it rocking and rolling. Well, Stevie, if we're only going off of decks that did well at LAIC, then there's only 2 or 3 decks to choose from. So, yeah. There's too many Lost Box decks on the ladder to play the Inteleon Beedrill deck. Every other matchup's a Lost Box deck. I would have to just scoop to all those. All right. We got ourselves a Lugia matchup. Bright and early on a nice Wednesday morning. Let's go. I'm up against Lugia V-Star with Arceus Duraludon. Got a pretty good opening hand with some trekking shoes. Marnie, Ultra Ball. We'll be able to search out a Duraludon V very easily. Arceus, does Jolteon beat Lugia? Unfortunately, it does not. My turn. Couple of trekking shoes. We want to find a... Let's see. I will re-roll this YouTube intro. Going second against Lugia. They just have to attach a powerful colorless and pass. We got a super nice looking opening hand with Arceus Duraludon. I would like to find a double turbo energy. So I'm going to dig a little bit. And then I think I'm good to Marnie. It's a weird situation because in this matchup, all I have to do is set up 2 Duraludons and put umbrellas on both of them and hope that that just gets me there. Now, they didn't actually get any Archeops into the discard pile or do anything, so Marnieing might be a trap. I do have the Arceus in my hand, but I'm feeling myself. I think we're chilling. I'm going to Ultra Ball, go get a Duraludon, and then Marnie. And let's see what happens. We do not find the double turbo energy, but that's okay. I think I'm just going to attach this metal energy to Arceus and pass. My camera over there is doing funky stuff. I have to go turn it off. Cool. They've got Evolution Incense for an Archeops, can discard it with Aurora Energy, evolve into Lugia V-Star. And yeah, it's looking like my Arceus V is going down. So this is like the tricky part about attaching that initial energy to Arceus, is that you kind of know that it's got a decent shot of getting knocked out, but you also kind of have to attach that energy there and just go for it anyways. We're going to evolve into Duraludon at least, and Duraludon cannot be touched by Pokemon with special energy. And we've got the big Parasol, so we're going to be able to buy ourselves some much needed time. And really, we just want to set up 2 Duraludon VMAX, both with umbrellas. And if I can do that, then we should be in a very good situation. I'll attach this fighting energy here, and then the question is, do I want to bench another Duraludon V right now? Because if I do bench another Duraludon V, I kind of run the risk of them gusting it up, knocking it out, and then just finding their 1 copy of Lost Vacuum to remove the umbrella and win the game. So I think I'm going to try and go for a mustard play instead. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Because if they just have a Serena or a Boss in their hand, then they effectively just win. And they did have a Serena in their hand, so I think I made the correct call there. So now we're just feeling pretty bad, honestly, because all they have to do is get out Yveltal and find their Lost Vacuum. And if they can do that, then they win. And it's not a very difficult situation to set up. In fact, if they've got the Lost Vacuum in their hand, they just win next turn. So we're in a little bit of trouble. We'll attach this We'll quick ball. I feel like I cannot bench that Duraludon V. We've got the Mustard in our hand, but what are the odds of us drawing into that Mustard and being able to play it without Arceus set up? So I feel like I'm going to have to risk it at some point. Yeah, but this isn't the point. All right, we're going to wait a little bit longer. And we're going to Serena and draw 5. Okay. And I'll pass. So we're hoping that they don't have their one of Vacuum this turn. And we didn't bench another Duraludon. They had Ultra Ball, so they could have gotten Lumineon for ball. You see how, like, it's like they're going to have the Gust no matter what, because they could Ultra Ball for Lumineon, and there's Lumineon right there. They could have gotten Gust. They would have knocked out my bench Duraludon V, right? And then it would have been lights out. So now they're going to research, and they're digging for that Vacuum. And if they find the Vacuum, they win. It looks like maybe they haven't found it yet, but they're going to dig a little bit extra with the Oranguru. They can Primate Wisdom for one more card. And I'm in a, yeah, I'm in a tough spot. Definitely. This is quite bad. But if they don't find the Vacuum, then I get to live one more turn. And if I top deck Boss, then I can just knock out the Yveltal. Yes, we do have a Boss in this list. So that is an option for us. See, so you see how last turn I did not bench. Last turn I did not bench my Duraludon V. It's because they had a lot of outs to Boss and Serena still. This turn might be a better turn to do it. They only have a 3-card hand. Their outs are gone. They've, used their Lumineon. There's like a decent chance that they don't have a Boss in their hand this turn. So if there was any turn to do it, this might be the turn. And I do have a Quick Ball. But the Quick Ball, I don't have a way to get the Duraludon into play the following turn. So I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea to go for it. It doesn't matter if that's my last fighting. The goal is to set up 2 Duraludon VMAX with 2 Umbrellas and checkmate them and deck them out. It doesn't matter. The energy doesn't matter. All that matters is 2 Duraludon VMAX, 2 Umbrellas. That's it. All right, so this turn I think we'll go for the Duraludon V, and then just hope that I top deck a way to get the Duraludon. And I have one more fighting still in the deck, so we do have a way to attack with it. We're going to do this and G-Max Pulverize. Okay, thank you Pumpka Amy and Reverend General for those subs. Let's go, Chad. I appreciate you. Thank you. So we're really hoping that they don't have a Gust out in their hand, because if they do, then they just win. But, we waited for them to have a smaller hand and to waste some of their outs. So we're hoping that we catch them without an out. And I have a couple of top decks that can really help me. We can top deck Boss. If they Gust and knock out my Duraludon with their Lugia, if I top deck Boss, I can knock out Yveltal and just win. If they find their Vacuum and knock out my Duraludon, then if I top deck Duraludon VMAX, then I should just win. So that's all we're going for in this matchup. We're just trying to set up 2 Duraludon VMAX with 2 Umbrellas, and if we can do that, we win. It's much easier to do. We win if they only play 1 Vacuum, which is what most lists are playing, since that's what Tord was playing. Now, If we go first, it's a lot easier to do. If we go second, like we did in this game, it's nearly impossible. And here's the boss. So now I need to top deck boss myself. And we were hoping that it wouldn't come down to this. They're giving me the well played. Yeah. Not great. Maybe they prized their vacuum. But that's fine. We'll take our 2 prizes. All they have to do is vacuum here and they win. So hopefully they don't have it. If not, I need to find... They're digging for the vacuum. Okay. And... presumably the vacuum is in the deck. They're about to Orangaroo for it. And still no vacuum. But by using Aqua Return, they actually dilute their deck. So I'm starting to think that they don't have the vacuum, in which case I win. Now we're going to research because I'm still looking for that boss's orders. And if I can find boss's orders, I can take out that Evil Tall. Quick ball away this mustard. Thin. The boss's orders is not in my deck, so I'm going to stop digging. And we're going to G-Max Pulverize. The boss's orders is in my prizes. So it's right here. See? And then, so long as they don't have the vacuum, this next turn, then I win. They're loading up the pumpkin, though, and researching into the bottom of the deck. Do they have the vacuum? Dang it. Ah! No! And that's it. GG's. All right. See? That's why this deck is bad. That is why I need to show you all, just so you understand. If you go second in this matchup, it's terrible. It's fine, though. If we go first, we're chilling. You pretty much have to pull off the mustard play. Okay, we're going second again. You can't put Espeon VMAX into play because it's just a huge liability. All right, we're up against a Lost Box deck, and we're going second. We do have a turn 1 double turbo energy, which is nice. And we'll see what kind of Lost Box variant my opponent is playing. Cramorant's Radiant Greninja. Radiant Greninja means that it is not a Radiant Charizard list. So that's a decent amount of information right there. With Radiant Greninja, we sometimes see Giratina, and we sometimes see Kyogre with Raikou. So there's a lot of different ways that this could go still. But I'm thinking that with Radiant Greninja, you almost always see the fighting energy is making me think it could be amazing Rayquaza, actually. Yes, with Radiant Greninja, you almost always see Mirage Gates because you're going to see a lot more basic energy and then Mirage Gates to accelerate the energy into play. Now, if this is an amazing Rayquaza list, that's going to be super sketchy for us because amazing Rayquaza can one-hit KO my Duraludons, which is not great. Don't love that. It's kind of an ugly research, but that's fine. Do what we got to do. And here we go. We definitely just want to Marnie a lot. That's the main plan here. We're thankful that we were able to get double Duraludon, double D. And it's time to Trinity charge. Trinity Yarg. We are missing our other fighting energies, both of them. They are prized. It could not be Rayquaza. That's what I'm saying, because there's capture energy. So usually capture energy is not in the amazing Rayquaza lists, which means that there could just be fighting energy to knock out fighting weak Pokemon with like Zapdos or something. There could be like a Galarian Zapdos. I mean, really, with Lost Box decks, it's hard to say exactly what you're up against at any given point in time, because they can essentially power up any attacker in the game. So yeah, that can be tough. I'm starting to think that this is not a Rayquaza list. Yes. The signs are showing no Rayquaza. The fighting energy made it look like Rayquaza, but now that I've seen Capture Energy and Zigzagoon, I'm thinking no, because those cards don't really make sense in a Rayquaza list. So I'm thinking it's just like a Lost Toolbox deck where they have different kinds of attackers for different situations. And they probably have some sort of fighting attacker in there, which might be Galarian Zapdos. Now, we're looking for our Arceus V-Star, and we'll gladly Marnie. We do find Arceus, which is great. We've got Evolution Incense to evolve up into Duraludon VMAX as well. We've got our Umbrella, and we can Starbirth. Just in case this thing gets knocked out, we'll get our other Evolution Incense to thin the deck. And I want to get a nice draw supporter. I could get Raihan to recover that second fighting energy if I get knocked out or something. Or even just Marnie again. Yeah, we're just going to keep that Marnie pressure on. That seems good. If we just Marnie every turn, usually Lost Box don't like that too much. So that's our primary strategy. We'll knock out this dude. Accelerate some energy into play. Feels good. Put these on to Big D. I don't really need to play the shoes right now, so I'm just going to keep those in the deck. There's like, I don't think I'm going to even play them before the Marnie. There's just nothing that I need, right? So we can just keep those in the deck for later. Because I'm not digging for anything. So that's fine. Just keeping cards like that in your deck for later is always good. And the only reason I used the Starbirth there was in case it got knocked out, right? I would have preferred to have saved my Starbirth, but I can't guarantee. I don't really know my opponent's list, and I can't guarantee that this Arceus is going to live through the turn, so we might as well just do it now. To get it going, you know? Yo, what if... Nah, that's not a good idea. Well, maybe. I don't know. Who knows, really? But, like, what if... I feel like your Arceus gets knocked out so much that you get Arceus knocked out without using Starburst so much that you could play, like, Forest Sealstone in this deck and just Starbirth, do a Starbirth Light with Duraludon VMAX. Something like that. They're powering up Radiant Greninja. Okay. Maybe they have some sort of fighting attacker to deal with Stoutland. That's probably it, right? It could be Core Avenger Zygarde. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, you might have just some single prize dude to deal with Stoutland, which makes sense, and Stoutland is kind of like kind of a tough card for Lost Box decks to deal with. It's kind of tough, you know, to deal with them taking so many. Hey. How did... Oh, it has to be in the active. Okay, all right. That's fine. Play ball. I'll let it slide. Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, the umbrella only works if it's in the active, so that's fine. They've only got a 3-card hand, so I don't feel like it's actually Marnie time. Let's just do this. We'll wait for them to grow their hand a little bit more. And we find our other fighting energy, which is awesome. They've got Culberus's Experiment. Fine. We'll Marnie next turn after they grow their hand. We've got this Hyper Potion in our hand too, which is also good. There it is. This is the Zygarde with Corvenger. All right. So this is why they're playing the fighting energy. Right? I guess to Corvenger. It's like, yeah, that knocks out... It can knock out Dunsparce, or it can knock out Stoutland, but only if they don't have Dunsparce in play. Which isn't great. They're going to use Escape Rope, which is kind of cringe and also annoying. That's fine, though. We'll send up this guy. And then they're probably going to swing... I've got this Hyper Potion in my hand, but not enough energy to use it. So we can't really use that right now. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. It's Trekking Shoes. We'll take our shoes. Let's Trekking Shoes again. We'll take that. Sure. That seems fine. They've got a slightly bigger hand now. And we'll Marnie. We've got the Raihan, which is great. And they still haven't taken a knockout yet. So this first Duraludon can go down. That's okay. Let's quick ball away the research. Get this guy. Just thin it out of the deck. Quick ball away Arceus. Get this guy. Thin it out of the deck. Tower of Darkness. Draw a couple extra cards. And we're going to Pulverize for 220 damage. Take our prize. It's a switch like that. And now I'm feeling pretty good. They can't damage our Duraludons if they have any of those capture energy attached to their Pokemon. Duraludon still has 180 hit points. They would have to knock it out with Snorlax or something, which is certainly an option. Good amount of Lost Box decks do play Snorlax to just hit that nice vanilla 180 number. So they could do that. If they do that, then I will Raihan to this Duraludon and Hyper Potion it, and then swing with this Arceus, which should just kind of win the game for me. If I can Hyper Potion one more time, then I'm vibing. So I think that with the Raihan in hand, that's the only card that we really want, because it's going to allow me to do what I need to do. Now, if they use Escape Rope, what are we thinking? Do we actually want to... Yeah, we'll give up this Arceus. That's fine. We'll see what they do to the Arceus. I'm okay with the Arceus getting knocked out because it doesn't really help their prize trade at all. Good to know that they're playing Echoing Horn. Lost Box decks used to play a lot of Echoing Horn. They haven't been as much lately. They've only got 2 cards left in the deck, so not a big deck on their hands. And they haven't taken a prize yet. You can see they've got all this damage on board, but they got a lot of work cut out for them. It's just a lot of stuff they need to do. And I don't think that they can do it with only 2 cards left in deck. Now, Vulpix V-Star, that's an interesting card there, Arheeb. Vulpix V-Star is a card that prevents damage done to it by Pokemon with abilities. It would wall this entire deck, of course. Well, except for Arceus V, who can Power Edge it to death. And what's funny is that you could actually Power Edge a Vulpix to death with just, you could 2-hit KO it, right? Which is kind of funny. So Vulpix V-Star, unfortunately, is just not very I haven't seen a Lightning Energy yet, but I guess they just could play it. I probably should be a little bit more afraid of Kyogre than I am currently. Oh, Kyogre doesn't take lightning. It just takes water. Oh, yeah, I'm bodied for sure. There's a Kyogre in here, definitely. Nah, they ain't got Kyogre in here, bro. No way. Come on. No shots. I should have switched into Duraludon for sure. Yeah. Nah, they ain't got it, bro. No chance. They don't have enough energy in deck. They don't have enough energy in the discard pile. It's not happening. See? All right, I'm going to dig for the Hyper Potion just to make sure it doesn't happen, though. Let's go Ultra Ball away these. Get that. We're going to Serena. Discard these. Not that. Okay, cool. Well. Nice. There we go. See, we're chilling. Everything's fine. And now they're Grand Kyogre. Yeah, see? Instant concede. Oh, yeah, it's got to be 3 Parasol in here. Yeah. Because that's just your win condition against Lugia. It's 3 Parasol. All right, I actually got to... I think I'm going to try and lean into the... No, I'm not missing Parasol either. Yeah, I think I've got actually a super gassy way to build this deck. I'm going to go like... I'm going to play like a bunch of mustards, dude. And we're just going to mustard out Duraludon and play like 4 Parasol of mustards. That way, you'll literally never lose to Lugia. I think that's the real sauce. All right, we're going first against, I don't know, a Manaphy. We've got Arceus, Duraludon, our mustard. Good stuff all around. And we'll pass. See what kind of deck my opponent's rocking with this Manaphy. It looks like it's Lugia. Feeling good about this because all I need to do to win the Lugia matchup is set up 2 Duraludon VMAX, both of which with a Parasol. So if we can do that, then we should set up checkmate if we're up against a list that looks like Tord's list. Now, I can't speak for anybody playing crazy cards like Tool Jammer, Multiple Lost Vacuum, Path to the Peak, any of that nonsense, okay? If you've got any of that stuff, I can't speak on that. But if your list looks like Tord's list with only the 1 vacuum, then we should be able to set up checkmate like that. So let's Starbirth. We're going to Starbirth for an Ultra Ball. I just want a mustard, you know? You ever just want to do the mustard play? That's what I want to do. So we're going to do Ultra Ball and Mustard. That seems nice. So let's Ultra Ball away these. I should have gotten Quick Ball and put the Tower Darkness in play. Yeah, whatever. All right, here we go. Mustard. Do that. Feeling pretty good. Trinity Nova. And we'll accelerate some energies to our Duraludon. Now what we have to do is we have to find 2 Parasols. And we went first, so we're feeling pretty good about our ability to do that. This Arceus should go down right now because that's what Lugia does best. Now, they didn't have anything, so they scooped instantly. Love that. Okay. Cool. Pack it up. We did it. All right, now what if we do crazy stuff to our Arc-Do list? I'm talking crazy stuff. All right, what if we make it like crazy? $63 cards. What am I supposed to do with that? All right, we got to have 4 shoes, 4 Quick Ball, 4 Ultra Ball. Okay. We got 64 cards in the deck, though. Which is not great. But that's okay. There we go. Oh, yeah. Now we've done it. How vital is Raihan? It's pretty vital. We got to get them fighting energies back. All right, but what if we just really build it to just mustard, right? I don't care if we start Duraludon and never get Arceus into the active spot because Arceus probably ain't living anyway. Do you need Arceus? See, YRG out here asking the real questions. Do we? Yeah. We have 2 major questions. Do we need Arceus? And do we need Duraludon V? Those are 2 vital questions. Well, we could play Duraludon like we used to play back in the day. Back in the day, forever ago. God, this was so long ago. You could play Duraludon like we used to play no, you guys don't even know. Primal Groudon, all right? We could play it like we used to play Primal Groudon. Back in the day. Back in the day. Back in the day, bro. 2015. Man. Are there any other good turbo cards in the deck? Okay, so like the thing is, getting out Duraludon's like cool and all, but we gotta heal it more. I feel like we want caves. Okay, all right. I feel like we. Let's just build a Lugia killer deck. All right. What if we just built a deck that cannot lose to Lugia? You know what I'm saying? What if we did that? Mew from Celebrations could do it, that's for sure. And we don't really need switches now, see? Unless we're playing... Can't they hit you if the energy are turned off? No, because they still count as special energy. Yeah. But with a deck like this, we'll just lose to Lost Box. Which is the issue. Turbo patch, yeah. So you're going to lose to a Lost Box deck with a deck like this. So you kind of need... You kind of need some healing, like adequate energy acceleration and adequate healing. Right. Now, Lost Box doesn't typically play a lot of Gust. So you could... And Lost Box loses to Lugia. That's true. Yeah. I don't think that there's anything that you could do to help you beat Lost Box other than... Isn't your opponent going to take a lot of mulligans? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you just win. Huh. Of course it loses to Path and Regigigas, but that's not... Yeah, man. That's not what the best lists are playing. Vivid Voltage Dustnor? Bro. All right, I feel like I'm kind of off the deep end here. We might need to dial it back in. Dustnor. All special energy attached to Pokemon have no other effect. But Lugia can still load up a bunch of energy and just knock this thing out. Because it just does 220 for 4. Much to think about. Yeah, this is where we're at with our regular Arceus Duraludon list. I mean, it makes sense. We're just trying to be consistent, set up Duraludon. I think it's fine. I really want to lean into the mustards Yeah, let's just try a lot of mustards. I'm into it. Cool. Let's just do that. With a fourth thing there, and we're chilling. Easy mode. Okay. All right, here's our 4 mustard lists. You still gotta play. You gotta play Arceus, I think. So that, because when you go first, Arceus is broken, but when you go second, you're playing without Arceus, basically. I hate that that's the situation we're in, but that's the situation we're in. Right? Go first, Arceus insane. Go second, Arceus worthless. See? Go first, Arceus insane. Go second, Arceus terrible. Now the other option is that we could do something like Diancie while we try to set up, but Diancie just gets knocked out by Stoutland's not good. J-Ho, I do have a Lost Box Duraludon deck that I built. It is not good. Okay, we're up against a deck with Miltank, and we're up against a deck with Miltank, and I've got a pretty reasonable opening hand. We'll just attach double turbo and pass, see what my opponent's got going on. Thankfully, Duraludon's G-Max pulverization attack goes straight through all of this nonsense. Looks like my opponent's playing some sort of crazy wheezing control deck. These decks, unfortunately, are just not very good because the Lugia decks can just Serena around the wheezing, bring up the Crobats, and do some crazy stuff. Thank you, Jameson. Yeah. They could just do some crazy stuff. Right? So it's like, yeah, just not really worth it. But oh well. Here we are with Arceus. I mean, I can literally just attach this energy. Boss up your Crobat. Starbirth for Duraludon. Even just double Duraludon. Yeah. And it's like, look at that. You know? Just these decks just can't compete, brother. Trinity Nova. And we'll accelerate our energy. Love it. And at this point, we'll be able to evolve into Duraludon VMAX and just take our big one-hit KOs. There's not too much that my opponent can do about it, because Duraludon VMAX has 330 HP. What's also crazy is that with the big Parasol attached, they can't even poison the Duraludon, which is nuts, right? So they're just literally not going to be able to do anything. I shouldn't have bothered setting up 2 Duraludon. I think I'm only going to need 1. Since they play hammers, they're probably going to try and remove my fighting, so I should just invest into 1 Duraludon, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're chilling. Now, they didn't do anything, so I'm just going to retreat into Duraludon. And we can Serena to draw some more cards. But I'm not going to in case they play another Crobat. So we're just going to pulverize. And we should be chilling. Not going to bother attaching that fighting anywhere, because if they hammer the fighting off the active, then I want to just attach that to the active. And we're just going to hang out here. And they basically lose. They can't poison me with the big Parasol. They Can't hit me with a special energy attached. I can pulverize right through the mill tank. And that's it. They got nothing. GG's. Well played. Run it back. Arceus Duraludon. I want a little more healing in this deck. I just wish Mallow and Lana was in format, man. I would play Mallow and Lana. That card would be so good in here. It's exactly what I want. It's a switch card and a heal card. It's both at the same time. Nice. Got a pretty solid opening hand going first. Going first against another Arceus deck. We've got a solid opening hand with a couple of trekking shoes and a quick ball. We'll trek. Do we want the Ultra Ball? Yes, we do. And then I'll trek again. Do we want that metal energy? Nah. Find a fighting energy. Cool. So I could just go straight for Duraludon. I mean, they can't hit me with Arceus, I guess. Possibility. But probably don't need to do that. We'll just go for the good old-fashioned Arceus play. That makes sense. Quick ball away the tower. Go get Arceus. Bench that. Attach that. Pass. And then next turn, we'll evolve into our V-Star. We'll Starbirth for switch and double turbo energy. And we'll research. Seems fine to me. And then we're going to set up a couple of Duraludons and we're going to start swinging. That's the dream here. Looks like it's an Arceus Duraludon mirror. And frankly, that is... Yeah. We got the switch, actually. So we're going to switch Ultra Ball and get the Arceus Evolve and Research. That's fine. Got a pretty good looking hand. We got the Dawn. We got the double turbo energy. We got another Dawn. And I don't even need to Starbirth yet, so we're not going to. Just going to swing for 200 damage, accelerate some energy onto our Duraludon VMAX, and we're big chillin' out here. That's what we got. Now, they've got a damaged Arceus. They went second, so they pretty much lose. I guess it comes down to healing, but going second definitely kind of means that you lose in this matchup. It's not good. They have to do so much more work to stay in this game than I do. Right? Like, I can actually Starbirth for Gust and Gust up this Duraludon now if I want to, which is pretty crazy because, yeah, that just is going to like really, really shut the game down. So let's Starbirth, and we're going to get Boss and Serena. And that way, I could just do it twice. So we're going to Gust up the Duraludon V. Retreat. The double turbo energy. And there is the scoop. GG's. All right, that was my regular Arceus list, though. That wasn't the spicy. But you know what? The regular Arceus list is just better. We're just going to... That's fine. Consistency is good. The mustard list is silly. Just go first against Lugia, you know? Or get your second Duraludon out. It's fine. It's fine. The Lugia matchup is probably... It's close. It's crazy that it's close considering your main attacker has an ability that means that they can't hit it. So nuts, man. Should not be that close. Quad Duraludon with Boost Shake. Not worth it, dude. You could just get Amazing Yveltal. The Duraludon means nothing without an umbrella. Nothing. Nothing. Means nothing, chat. Ain't worth it. I'm kind of vibing with this Arceus Duraludon list, though. We're up against Reggie's with our Arceus Duraludon deck. This is a good matchup because I play a lot of stadiums. But actually, if they just play a couple of paths, it's not a great matchup, actually. I'm going to retract all of that. But we'll see how it goes. We'll attach this and pass. They just have to get out their Regigigas with a Choice Belt and a path. That's what they need. So, if they can get all of that, then they're going to be able to knock out my guy. But they're going to have to do it twice. And I have 4 stadiums. So, it's definitely possible for us to win. Old Arceus Duraludon decks used to play a lot of Avery, which specifically helped a lot with this matchup. But Avery has become a card that is less good because it really helps Lugia. Yeah. Avery is kind of bad because Lugia will just gladly remove the Luminion that they had to bench from play. And when you just allow Lugia to remove their liabilities like that, it just feels bad. Now, they're going to slam down the path early, which does not bother me whatsoever because I've got a broken hand, so that's fine. We're going to Ultra Ball, get ourselves Arceus V-Star, and research. With 4 stadiums in the deck, we're feeling pretty confident about our ability to win the stadium war. Really like the look of this hand. Feels good. We don't find the counter stadium yet, but they are in there, so we'll find them. And we'll accelerate these energy to our benched Duraludon VMAX. And then I've got Marnies for days the next couple of turns. Thank you so much, Zerk999, for that Prime sub. Any primers out there? Do you know that if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can get a free sub to your favorite Twitch streamer, whoever that is? You know, thank you for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Let's Ultra Ball. Sure. Thin these out of the deck. Get this Duraludon, Marnie it to the bottom of the deck. Actually, probably ought not to have Marnied them, but it's fine. And then we'll attach this energy here and Trinity Nova. I'm going to save the stadium in my hand. That's fine. Trinity Nova for the knockouts. I kind of just want to keep trucking, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. I wanted to find my counter stadiums as well. It's only a matter of time. Oh, with the gift energy, never mind then. The Marnie didn't mean anything because they had gift energy attached. So I knew subconsciously I knew that it didn't matter. Busted. So now we've got our double Duraludon set up. We're ready to go. They have lost Vacuum to remove my Parasol. The Parasol doesn't matter in this matchup. Big Charms would matter, but we are playing Parasols because Parasols are more relevant than Big Charms in our current metagame. So we're preparing for that. They still haven't found a Regidrago yet. It's kind of strange. Where's that dragon dude at? Presumably right here. Usually that's like the first guy I get out because it's got the Dragon's Horde ability. But there he is. A little late to the party, but better late than never. Now that all the Regis have been assembled, they can use their Ancient Wisdom ability to accelerate 3 special energy from the discard pile into play. Regirock will one-hit KO Arceus, and it's game time. They do have a Regigigas with a Choice Belt. I do not like that. This is why we saved our stadium, because we're like, okay, gotta have the stadium, you know, at the right time so we don't get destroyed. And now we're gonna research and hope that we can find more stadiums. We do not have another stadium in this hand. Nothing there. That's fine. If we do get knocked out by Regigigas, then I can Raihan for another stadium and knock out the Regigigas. It's kind of what we got. 3 prizes remaining, and it's just going to be a matter of, do they have it? They need back-to-back Regigigas Choice Belt path. And I plan on countering their path. They're already down 2 path. That's why I held off on my stadiums. So if they play 4 path, I'm kind of ruined. But if they only play 3, then you're saying there's a chance. We certainly have. Why they're they're putting down this Reggie. Maybe they want to go get another path with the electromagnetic sonar. I don't know. They do have twin energy in the discard pile, I believe. So they should. No, they don't. Okay, never mind. I take it back. No twins yet. Doesn't matter if they attach from hand. There's the twin. I was going to say. They do need a twin in order to power up the Regigigas, but they should have it now. They're researching, looking for the path. If they miss the path, I win. Well, probably. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. Probably. Still technically possible. But thank you, Sergeant Hound Dog, for that Prime sub. Appreciate you, Sergeant. I do love that they put this other Choice Belt onto the Regice. They only have so many Choice Belts available in the deck, so seeing one wasted on Regice is very good. Because they, you know, they might not be able to find those last Choice Belts. So here we are. Do they have path? They've got all of the Regis assembled. If they don't have that path, they are going to be having a bad time, but they're loading energy onto Regigigas either to attack or retreat. And it's a retreat. That's right, they don't have the path. Sad. So that means we are in a commanding position. We will draw a couple more cards. That seems fine. Hyper potions are cool and all, not super necessary. Necessary? Yeah, not very necessary. We'll discard these. And that. It's fine. Just draw a few more cards. Parasol? Sure. Doesn't matter, but it's fine. Just thinning the deck out. Nice boss's orders. Good to have. And we'll pulverize. Go to 2 prizes remaining. And with 2 prizes remaining, I should be good to go. I've got a Tower of Darkness in my hand. And we can counter the potential path that they put into play. And we should be clear, unless they've got another choice belt and a fourth path. They'd have to find path number 3 and path number 4, because they've got 2 paths in the discard pile already. They probably don't have all of that, but they will probably take a knockout this turn. I'd imagine that they find their path. There it is, right? And they have the choice belt, and they have the energy in the discard pile that they need. The only way they win next turn is if they have path number 4 and choice belt number 3 and a new Regigigas. They have to have all of that. And I am wagering that they cannot do that. So, let's do this thing. Duraludon, here's the moment of truth. Tower. And Raihan, sure. Another tower. Pulverize for the knockouts. And we're saying you ain't got it. That's it. GG's. Just like that. Duraludon taking the dub. That's what it do, baby. That's what it do. Yeah, Duraludon's good content. It's good content. It can do it. You know, it deserves the content. It deserves it. You can win against Lugia at least half the time. That's pretty good. Not a lot of decks can do that. You win against Lugia at least half the time. You have a decent Lost Box matchup. Yo, what's up, Squeeze? We're up against JR. That's what's up, Squeeze. Snow day. Anybody? It's kind of like watching paint dry, but I just needed a couple shots of espresso. I can make Duraludons exciting. I just needed to start off the day with an espresso. An extra shot of espresso and a latte. Dang, that's crazy, Squeeze. Anybody else in the chat got snow going on right now? Yeah, a little bit of espresso goes a long way. We're up against JR playing Lugia, going second with our Duraludon VMAX deck. Now, going second against Lugia is really tough for this deck to deal with, because if we put out Arceus, then all they have to do is knock out this Duraludon V, the Arceus, and then use their Lost Vacuum on an eventual use Lost Vacuum on the eventual Umbrella, knock it out, and they win. But I can tell from this Radiant Gardevoir that JR's Lugia list is not a typical Lugia list, so I don't know exactly what to expect. Let's Trekking Shoes, and we find an Umbrella. We definitely want that. I think I'm just going to go for... Duraludons. I don't think I can realistically win. I really don't think I can realistically win if I... My mustard is prized, though, so I have to go for... the Arceus. Okay, that's fine. Have to. We'll do that there. And then Marnie. We find another Quick Ball, Trekking Shoes, Evolution Incense. So let's just Quick Ball for our other Duraludon V. And I'm just going to pass it on over to JR and learn a little bit more about his Lugia deck. He's got Lugia V-Star, he's got Arceus in the discard pile. Everything looking good. Summoning Star, bring those Arceus right onto the bench, and now he's good to accelerate 4 special energy from the deck into play every single turn. That's right. Scary. Yeah, the scariest thing in standard format, one of the scariest things that has happened in the Pokemon TCG since the days of Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia GX. It is scary. So, let's see what JR plans on powering up with Arceus. Probably just Lugia, Tempest Dive, take a big knockout. You need the powerful colorless energy. Choice Belt will help you get there through the hard coat ability. And yeah, we kind of have to hope that JR doesn't have a super nice answer to our Duraludon VMAX with an umbrella. That's just kind of what it is. If JR does have an answer to it, then we're in a very tough spot. So let's go there. Double turbo research. Cool. We've got our umbrella. We've got our Starbirth ability to go get this fella. And what else? Pretty decent hand. We assume this guy's going down. If he plays stadiums, I'll want a stadium. But other than that, if he plays path, I'll need a stadium counter for sure. So that's something that I'm a little concerned about. We've already got the umbrella. We're going to get the energy into play. Sure, let's grab a stadium. I'm trying to think of the potential counters that JR could be playing. So we're saying maybe it's a stadium situation. And then we'll Trinity Nova and accelerate our energy onto Duraludon. I like having the gusts in my hand because if JR has any sort of answer that he puts on to his bench, I can just gust it up and knock it out. Thank you, Top Deck TCG, for the sub and the year. 1 year at the gym. Appreciate you, Top Deck. Thank you. Here's Lugia number 2. Cool. And Ultra Ball. Thin the deck a little bit more. Makes sense. Maybe grab another Lugia. And then maybe thin that. Yes, here's the Lugia. Maybe a research. Discard all those cards. Something like that. Some good deck thinning going on. Maybe JR has a little bit of a dud hand, though, and is just thinning the deck to try and hit a card with a Rangaroo. That could also make sense. Did not use Primal Turbo yet, so still has the option. Yeah, it's Serena time. Discard Ultra Ball, draw 4. Hasn't used Primal Turbo yet, so just needs one more powerful colorless energy on Lugia V-Star. And that, well, I guess 2 with the double turbo energy, right? So, yeah. Double turbo energy makes it so that it's doing a little bit less damage. So would need 2 more powerful colorless energy. Probably doesn't want to invest all this powerful colorless energy into the Lugia. Ah, well, there they are. That's fine. So, yeah. There's all those powerful colorless energy and a big Tempest Dive. Now, this might just be a colorless only Lugia deck. We haven't seen Aurora energy yet, so it might just be tank and heal, Sharon's Care, that kind of vibe, right? That might be what we're dealing with. Which would be tough for us to deal with. He's only got 2 prizes left. And I am just hoping that there's no path to the peak in there, right? It's kind of... We just need to sit here and hope he doesn't have it. Which is the stressful part about playing Duraludon, is you're just sitting around being like, Please don't have it. Please don't have it. Please don't have it. Please don't have it. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. And it's just like you're presenting them with the situation, and either they can answer it or they can't. And that's just what it is. There's no playing your way out of it, really. You can play to the best route you can, but there's not. At a certain point, you're just putting it out there and just being like, well, we'll see how it goes. Yep, let's see what it do, baby. We got the Dawn and the Umbrella, and we're hoping you ain't got it. See, path. I told you there was going to be a path. I knew it. 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 I knew there was path. I knew it. I could smell that path from a mile away, brother. Okay. That's right. We can Hyper Potion. And I think I will... Can I Serena? Yeah, that's fine. We'll discard... Switch... to draw more cards. That's fine. We got another Stadium, which is good. And we'll Pulverize. Keep the boss's orders in case he benches something like Regigigas, which I'm assuming... See? And then he's just got Path, Regigigas, GG's. That's it, right? So, yeah. That's just game over. Right? They find a Path. I'm out of the game. So we got to hope that there's a Path whiff here. Path whiff? No, no Path whiff. Dang it, dude. And there it is. GG's. That's it. 300 damage. Game over. Yep. Yep. That's why this deck stinks, bro. That's fine. I'm going to make a video about Duraludon and why it stinks. That's fine. Literally made no difference. I ain't playing another game against... I already got a game where I beat Reggie, so who cares? All right. I had a game where I beat Reggie. I had some games from yesterday's stream as well, so, like... I got some stuff. I don't want to... Yeah, the deck is bad, but it's a deck that I feel like people will kind of... You can't just... I can't just keep making videos about Lugia, dude. I can't. I understand Lugia is the best deck in the format, but I can't just keep making videos about Lugia. Now, what I could make a video about is taking game capture from the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, and comparing it side by side with game capture from the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. That's another thing that I considered doing, is just playing games with PTCGO and then playing games on live and comparing them side by side and looking at the different animations and just contrasting what they look like. Yeah, that seems fun to me. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty much... Yeah, I feel like I'm cool on playing Duraludon, actually. Cool. All right. All right, guys, hang tight. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break. Here's the Duraludon deck. When I get back, we're going to do some fun stuff. All right? Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com while I'm away. We got a great sale going on. Great place to do your holiday shopping. Be right back. Guess who's back? Back again. Here we go. All right. We've got some work cut out for us. First, let's start by just opening the other client. Okay. Oh, let's start by doing that. Just take a look, you know? And let's see what we're working with. Now, I've gotten a lot of comments from people who are like, why are you critiquing the Pokemon trading card game live? They gave me free Lugias. Okay. because I want the content, I want the client to be good, right? Giving out free Lugias doesn't mean that the client is good. It just means that you got free Lugias. That's that, which is nice, and I'm glad you got free Lugias, and I'm glad you can afford to play your decks. But it's not gonna matter if nobody plays the client because it's bad, right? So free cards don't matter if the client is bad because nobody will play, right? And also, giving out free cards doesn't require any skill on the part of the developers. Do you understand? In fact, you can fix a game economy just by giving out stuff for free. In fact, that's what they try to do in real life too. They try to bolster the economy by giving stuff out for free. You understand? So at any point, you can fix an economy. What you can't fit, what's harder to fix than an economy is a bad game. The bad game is way more difficult to fix than economy. Economy is easy. Just give out stuff for free. That's it, right? Do you understand? So people who are like, well, they worked real hard on the economy. Man, bro, all you have to do is just give stuff out for free. You could give, for all I care, you could give everybody, and I'm not going to wear, I love this hat, but I'm not going to wear this hat for my critique because I feel like people will think I'm joking. No, I'm not joking, okay? So I'm putting on my serious gamer hat. There we go. Yes. Okay. All right. So where are we at? I want to make a video, I guess, talking concisely about my critiques of the client. Not talking about bugs, but talking about overarching direction, because I care a lot. I care, probably more than anybody else on planet Earth. I care about this client because me, more than anybody, depends on this client to make a living. Name somebody else who depends on this client more than I do to make a living. Name somebody. I'll wait. That's right, nobody, okay? I would argue that even the people making this game don't depend on this client as much as I do, because they're just collecting a paycheck from the Pokemon Company International, and they can go to sleep at night and feel okay about that. But I do not. So, my very existence depends very much on this client and its success. So, I am very, very invested in its success. I'm incredibly invested in this client's success. So, after wrestling with Live's existence for a year and the state that it's in, I have now come to the point where I realize that they probably aren't going to trash it and start over, which is the first thing that I wanted them to do and something that I was begging them to do for the last year. And it seems like that's not the direction they're going. So now we're in damage control mode because the damage has been done. The world has seen this client. The reports are out. I've read lots of gaming news reports that are talking about, it's what a mess it is. The damage is done. People have seen it. They've experienced it. All of that. So now we're in damage control. The client is, in its current state, rough and worse to play than the Pokemon trading card game online, which is an inherent problem because you have something that people played with for a decade, right? Invested thousands and thousands of dollars into their accounts, right? And then to move all of that work and investment to a client that is a downgrade, right? Is going to hurt that player's morale, right? So like I said, that damage has already been done. Taking a game that players have been playing for a decade and making them move to a less stable, less visually appealing, less functional experience is going to be a move that injures the player base, which is one of the reasons why I'm so upset about everything. Now, on the plus side, for new players, they're getting free cards. But again, I don't think giving out free cards is necessarily like, that's not really a point to defend the client. Like, you could give out free cards on whatever client. It's actually not hard to do. All you have to do is just click a button and give people free cards. So that doesn't actually have to do anything with the construction of the game, because economies can be fixed very easily by just moving a few things here, moving a few things there, and then bam, you can fix an economy. Fixing the structure and the appearance of a game is much more difficult to do. So, this is where we're at. Yes. So where to begin? It's really difficult. I think I'm just going to begin by playing a game. And we're kind of just going to see where it goes. And we could begin with editing a deck. Editing a deck is like a very difficult and not intuitive experience. Apparently everybody on live is playing Lugia because everybody was given free Lugias. So whatever, I'll play Raikou in my deck and 3 choice belts. That's fine. Take a couple of those out. We've got that. Take that out. We've got our Lost Vacuum. Okay. 4 research. 2 Marnie. And if this feels like a headache to you, building the deck, it's because it is. It is tough. It's not very easy to do. Okay. Very hard to keep track of what I'm doing. Very hard to keep track of what cards are in the deck. I mean, you've got like this whole thing over here to the left. It doesn't feel balanced at all. It feels really, really disorienting. I mean, just for logic's sake, the deck builder should be the big one and the searching card finder should be the small one, right? I mean, just like logically, the deck that I'm building should be right here. Like, just logically, very simply, right? The deck that I'm building should be large and viewable so I can view my canvas and see what I'm working with. And then the deck builder should, and then the part that you use to search out your cards should be like over here on the right. It's just bad design, which is one of the reasons why I say that the team really needs to bring an artist on, or somebody who like is really good at design, because everything feels just kind of backwards and out of sorts. When you look at products that are well made, like operating systems, Apple products, iPhones, things like that, UI should feel intuitive. It should feel natural to use. It's like ergonomics. A chair should feel comfortable to sit in. A tool should feel comfortable to use with a hand. Things should feel like they were designed to do the thing they're intended to do. And things that don't feel like they are designed to do the thing that they're intended to do are kind of failures, frankly, right? So this deck builder doesn't feel designed to build decks. It feels like things were kind of just slapped in here by someone who doesn't build decks, right? Because as someone who builds decks, you want to have your deck be front and center. It just makes sense. Having your deck in this small area off to the side really, really hurts the deck building experience. Okay. So that's one bit. Okay. Yes. All right, so let's continue building the deck. I don't care if they gave little thought to the desktop client. They ought not to have. We're going to grab a Manaphy. and put that in. And we got 57 cards in the deck. There's double turbo energies, the capture energy, powerful color, the hiding, darkness energy, and we've got our Pokemon, we've got Manaphy, we got Charizard, we got Raikou. That's cool. I'm going, oh, we need Stoutland. Stoutland's in there. Great. A 4th Arceus is sometimes good. 4th Lugia is sometimes good. Yeah, 4th Arceus. And we pretty much got everything that we need in here. Pumpkaboo is a card that's often played, but that's fine. Now with Raikou, we've got another Choice Belts, we've got Marnies, we've got Research. With Raikou, you probably want a Speed Lightning. That's fine. We'll do that. Alright, let's just go play a game. I don't really know how to save the deck. I don't think you actually have to. I think, so like that's also just like kind of confusing. I think you just like leave and you're like, okay, I think the deck stays as it is. All right, fine. But the whole thing, it just feels like, oh yeah, it's tough. Okay, so then you set it as your active deck. You go to home. Now we've got the deck as our active deck. Let's just play a game. Okay. Okay, starting the battle. First off, I not a big fan of that animation cuts. I don't like the avatars. The avatars are ugly and detract from the experience. We'll call tails. I think that the whole coin flip animation takes way too long. It just feels super labored. Now this new age kind of early PC looking design to the game board also is not super enticing to me. Looks like I'm aboard a spaceship or something like that, which is the exact opposite experience that I have when I'm playing a tabletop game. In fact, a tabletop game takes place on a tabletop, not a spaceship. So I just, not a big fan, but that's okay. It's my personal opinion on it. We'll start by promoting Yveltal. Now, the feeling of waving the card around is not bad, but the quality and look of the card is bad. So that's something that I've noticed right away, is that everything looks grainy and the resolution on the cards looks poor. This hollow texture here on the Radiant Alakazam looks extremely poor across the board. That research that popped up into my face when I drew it also was very low resolution for some reason. Playing the quick ball looks good here. The cards in my hand are very low resolution and feel cheap, which is something that I don't like. We'll drag the Archeops there and discard that. Now, something that I've noticed, and a complaint that also these hollow textures on these cards in the deck all look bad and cheap. This, I think right here, you're getting like kind of the full gamut of my complaints with the hollow textures. You've got this Lugia V, which looks ugly with the green and blue stripes. You've got Luminion, which looks ugly with the green and blue stripes and low resolution. You've got Radiant Charizard with like this really crazy cross-hatching, low resolution stuff going on. And you've got like the insane grain on the amazing Raikou. So you've kind of got the whole gamut of poor hollow textures all right there for you to see. So that was actually a really good clip. I'm glad we got to see that. We'll bench Lugia V, and we'll attach double turbo energy to our active Eviltal, and we will pass. So end the turn. That's all fine and good. Now, something that I've noticed about see, that is very jarring. Something that I've noticed is that one of the initial critiques of the Pokemon trading card game live was that the animations took too long. So instead of redesigning the animations, they kind of just turned up the speed of the animations. So the animations are still jarring, and that's one of my biggest issues, is that they're jarring. They don't feel good. The animations are jarring, but now they're jarring and fast, right? Instead of being constructed in a way that they feel natural, instead of being in a way that feel good to play, now it's like where you used to kind of get smacked by the animations in slow motion, now you get smacked really fast. With cards like flying and whipping up into your face seemingly out of nowhere, it just doesn't feel good, right, to play, which is an issue that I've had with the client the whole time. So we're going to Ultra Ball and discard Stoutland and Manaphy, and off of the Ultra Ball, and these are all very low resolution, low texture cards in there, which don't feel good. We'll grab Lugia. I mean, just look at this Lugia down here. And what's crazy is, like, so this is like, this could be someone's collection that they saved up years for, right? I mean, a collection that they worked on for sometimes 10 years on the Pokemon trading card game online. And then if you transfer it to live, you're just getting cards that look grainy and cheap, right? So that's just going to be a really tough experience for players to deal with, because they have worked a long time on this, right? We'll attach Powerful Colorless Energy and use Professor's Research. And it's gotten a little more snappy, right? It's gotten fast, right? They sped up the animations, but they still feel like very kind of, they feel very abrupt and jerky, which is something that I think detracts from my experience as well. We'll use Lugia's Summoning Star. This feels like a Microsoft spreadsheet and not like a game that I'm playing. This whole, like, the dissecting of the card into this menu is something that I don't like. And then it pops away into this low resolution thing that, like, goes over there for some reason. So that's not something that I love. We'll use Primal Turbo. Like, why? It looks like it turns my card into like a Pokemon card is something fun, exciting, and inviting. And then it turns it into this, which kind of looks like I am, like, using some sort of outdated Windows program, which is, you know, not as exciting. So we're going to accelerate the double turbo energy and a capture energy from the deck. Again, just very low resolution sprites on those, and we'll accelerate those to our Lugia V-Star. Bench the Charizard. The stacking of the cards in the hand is something that I'm not a huge fan of, though I do know that they're probably just trying to cram in mobile mode, which makes sense. And I will use Tempest Dive. Okay. They're just going to scoop, so that's cool. Again, I think that this whole, like, Willy Wonka white experience here, like, it reminds me of the whatever the Willy Wonka scene is, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where they're in that white room, right? And they pretty much have, you know, everything's white. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like, there is no design aesthetic here. It's just they just made everything white, which isn't exciting or rewarding, right? Let's try again. I don't know if I can actually do this. I'm having a hard time. But I'm trying to be constructive. Again, the avatars there just really feel soulless and not exciting. It's not great. I wish that they would kind of do away with the avatars altogether. The thing is I feel like I shouldn't have to. I feel like I shouldn't have to do this, where we pull up the client and just show everything that's wrong. Anybody who's working on it should be able to tell these things without me having to say them, because they're obvious, right? That animation looks bad. Yes. You made it fast. Like, yes, there are like stones and textures here in the background now, but like, it's not, you're not fixing the problems that exist. The low textures, the jarring animations, that Yveltal that flew into my face. All right, let's just talk about that. When you draw a card, you don't like bring it right here to draw the card. It just feels unnatural. Everything that they design in the game should feel natural. It should feel like something that you do when you're playing a card game. And it feels like the motions are designed from like a very unnatural point of view. They're designed in a way that feels extremely forced. Like when I attached that special energy to the Raikou, is very jarring. Like, why does it need to pop out and do all that crazy stuff? Like when I attach an energy to a Pokemon, you know, it doesn't need to do all of that. It feels like it does too much. Sure, we'll bench. We'll bench another Lugia, and we'll pass. As far as, see, there, it's like every time an opponent plays a card, it feels like it's slapping you in the face. It doesn't feel like it's being informative. That really wasn't even enough time. And that's the thing, is they sped everything up. So it's like, that's not really enough time for me to be able to comprehend what's being played. It's like they just smack you with it and then it's gone, right? So instead of making better animations, they just made faster animations. And now it just feels like you're kind of just being visually smacked. Because, like, cool, they played Earth and Sealstone. And look at that. Every card that they play is just smack you in the face, smack you in the face, smack you in the face. If I had wanted to know what Earth and Sealstone does, right? The fact that they smacked me in the face with the Earth and Sealstone, it's like I still can't tell what it does. So what's the point of, like, bringing it up so close to my face if I can't tell what that card does in that like very small portion of a second where they, you know, bring it that close to your face. So that's one of the issues with that style of animation. The cards don't need to flash in front of your face before they go on to doing what they need to do. If I want to investigate into what a card does, let me go investigate to what the card does. You don't need to smack me in the face with it. We'll evolve into Lugia. And we have a Quick Ball. That's a good card. We're going to bench Radiant Charizard and Quick Ball away Boss's Orders. And we're going to get Lumineon V. I guess I don't even need to. I could just get this Arceus out, accelerate 2 energy to Raikou, and just knock out both of these Mareep. Yeah, that's cool. Let's just do that. That's fine. I will Lumineon. I'm going to Marnie them. Luminous Sign. See, okay, so that's another thing. When you put down the Lumineon, it like jolts to the right and then jolts to the left. That's incredibly unnatural. Why does the card first juke over here and then fake you out and go over here? These are the kinds of things I'm talking about. Like, someone designing this game is like, it juked from the right, juked to the left, and then juked back to the right. Like, why does my card... Nobody who's handling a card would ever do that, right? Why would I take my card and then I go over here and then over here? Nobody would ever do that, right? Nobody. So it just doesn't make sense. Also, I can use Summoning Star right now, but it's not showing me that I can use it, so that's also not very... it's not very intuitive, so that kind of hurts. Definitely hurts the functionality of the game. We'll use Summoning Star and bring the Archeops into play. Archeops can use Primal Turbo to accelerate 2 special energy from the deck to our Pokemon. We can accelerate those to Raikou. And then we'll attach a Capture Energy from our hand to Lugia. And again, every time you use an attack, every time you use an ability, every time you play a card, the cards juke from the left to the right. See, even right there, it's juking from the left to the right, and it's just like, it feels incredibly busy and haphazard and unnatural for no reason. It's not actually... Oh my gosh. Okay, and then the flashbang, that's crazy. So, when you take a prize card, the feeling is supposed to be joyous, exciting, rewarding. In the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, when you take a prize card, you get hit with... In the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, when you take a prize card, you get hit with this aqua blue flashbang for some reason. And then the flash of the yellow there when that Zeraora was promoted, it's all very jarring and not satisfying. And that's one of my biggest critiques of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, is that it doesn't feel good to play. That Mareep flashing up there in front of my face, none of it feels good. It all is super disorienting. After playing the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live for hours, I usually have a headache. And the reason I have a headache is because I've been getting visually kind of assaulted for hours on end at that point. Playing the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live on desktop it's like being at a rave or something, right? It's like being at a rave, except I don't want to be at a rave. I want to just be playing a tabletop game, but for some reason I'm in a spaceship and things are flying into my face. It doesn't feel like I'm playing a tabletop card game, which is exactly what I want from a client that's supposed to be simulating a tabletop card game. And the thing is, raves can be exciting when you're kind of in the mood for a rave, but this isn't exciting. So maybe a rave was a bad point of comparison. It feels like I'm being... it feels like... All right, here's the comparison. It feels like I'm at a rave. Playing the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live feels like I'm at a rave that started at 8 a.m., a morning after heavy drinking. It feels like I'm hungover and at a rave. That's what it feels like. We'll play Ultra Ball and discard Archeops and Manaphy. And we'll get another Lugia V-Star. I'll evolve my other Lugia V-Star, attach Choice Belts to Raikou and Primal Turbo. Primal Turbo, we can accelerate a couple of special energy onto our Pokemon. And again, this whole dance that they're doing back and forth is just really disorienting. and then we will research. And that all happened very fast, but it didn't feel good. Things can't just be fast. That's not the problem, is that it's too slow. The problem is that the animations are jarring and they don't feel good. We'll play Collapse Stadium and discard Luminion off our board, and then attach Powerful Colorless Energy from the hand to Lugia, and wheel Amazing Shot. And again, look at all of the animations that happen when you try to perform an attack. You click on the Raikou. It sweeps to the left. You're prompted with your, kind of not very trading card game looking, attack box, which is fine. You click on Amazing Shot. It sweeps to the right. You place your damage, and it comes back to the middle. So that whole sweep to the left, sweep to the right, it doesn't need to happen that way. And now we're ready to select a prize again, and again, it hurts visually. That's a visually like really terrible experience. Taking a prize should feel exciting and good, because that kind of reward makes you want to continue playing. It's like the sounds when people are doing the slots at a casino or something like that. The sounds are supposed to be exciting, make you want to play, right? Make you feel good about doing whatever you're doing. But everything that I do within the Pokemon trading card game live makes me feel bad about doing what I'm doing. The way that the holo patterns look, the way that the cards fly up in my face as I'm playing the game, the way that I get the blue flashbang every time I take a prize. You see, I don't even have to say anything. We can kind of just sit back and watch it. Oh my gosh. And that, like, they scooped, and that was just, it was startling, okay? The whole thing, it didn't feel good. It didn't feel exciting. It was startling. And now we're at the avatars, and the avatars, honestly, next to the beautiful artwork that's included on Pokemon trading cards, the avatars just look out of place, right? Because so much thought and care is put into this artwork, and I think we've got a beautiful example right here. The Raikou looks absolutely stunning. I'm not a big fan of the grainy texture on the Raikou, but the artwork itself is undeniably stunning. I think that you get a really good example of the lack of quality with the grainy texture in the cards when you look at the lightning symbol on the Amazing Raikou. And this is a problem that they have with all of the holo textures, is that for some reason they have made them grainy and pixelated. If you look at this lightning symbol, it's super grainy, super pixelated, and just doesn't look right? Again, if you look at this beautiful alt art Zeraora V, it's a gorgeous card. The drawing on it is fantastic. Why does it have this really obnoxious blue and green streak just kind of flowing through the card? It kind of detracts from the whole experience of the holographic card and makes the card look ugly in a way that it is not. Not in paper, it doesn't look more realistic. This is not what an alt art Zeraora V looks like. And the holo pattern, instead of enhancing the card, is actually detracting from the card's experience overall. But both of the illustrations on these cards are beautiful illustrations, and a critique that I have of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live is that none of the other art in the client. None of the other designs in the client can stand up or look appropriate next to the beautiful card design of the Pokemon trading card game, right? So we've got these 3D avatars, which don't look right next to the illustrations. We've got these very bare bones looking windows that don't look right next to these beautiful illustrations. Nothing is stylized. Nothing is exciting to look at. It looks like I'm looking at a spreadsheet, which is not what I want when I'm playing an exciting game, in my opinion. It's just, it's not really what I'm here for. Now, some people may say, all right, but it's in beta. Take it easy. Well, it's been in open beta for over a year. And at this point, the game has been in development for, I don't know, about 4 years. So, taking all of that into consideration, if this is where we're at after 4 years of development, then where are you expecting to be anytime soon? The fact that people internally did not look at this, the stuff that I'm showing you right now, and determine that it was inappropriate to deliver this product when we already have a product that looks and feels nicer than this, then you have to ask yourself, what's going on, right? Because this all should have been looked at and should have been addressed before the world got its hands on it. Now, I understand if the team is working through stuff under the hood, getting cards to work as they're intended to work. And if that takes some time to figure out, that's fine. But the visual stuff should not be taking a step down, especially after 4 years of development, okay? The visual stuff should at least be on par with our decade-old browser game, okay? The visuals should at least be on par with that, and the fact that they're not means that people who have 10 years worth of their collections, worth of their money, worth of their time invested into their collections, and to see those collections decrease in visual fidelity when they go from the Pokemon trading card game online to the Pokemon trading card game live is a damaging experience for the player base. There we go. So, yeah. No, Synthesis, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. It's not tough to make a game that's fun for 6-year-olds and 30-year-olds. Not at all. No. The game is not for 6-year-olds either. It's not. The Pokemon TCG is definitely aimed at like at least a teenage to adult audience. That's like the primary player base. Because who has money? What kind of 6-year-olds got money to build a deck, bro? It's expensive. Trading card games inherently are more of like a teenage to adult thing because they cost money to play. Right. I don't know. What do you guys think? I've been talking about this at length. What do you guys think? I can already kind of feel it behind my eyes. Chip, that's nice. I can already kind of feel it behind my eyes. Like, dude, and the thing is like I play I play games for a living. I play for hours a day, every day. And after about an hour of being on this client, I can feel a migraine developing behind my eyeballs. Like I can already feel it. The visual stimulation is incredibly harsh. It's a harsh visual experience. You can't just dark mode it. Here's the thing. Stop saying easy fixes. There are no easy fixes. Don't say easy fixes. Please, please do not say any easy fixes for this, because there are none. Thank you, Cookie Monster, for that Prime sub. Do not say there are no easy fixes for this, dude. There are no easy fixes. Those of you guys that are saying that there's easy fixes are the same people who are like, the animations take too long, and the dev team was like, easy fix, let's speed them up. No, it didn't fix it, bro. They just sped up the animations. Right? That's not an easy fix. There is no easy fix. There's so much work that needs done. I would argue that the entire, everything that you perceive visually on this client needs redone. Everything. I am someone, there's no question about it. I depend on these online clients more than anybody on planet Earth to make a living. It's what I do for a job. I stream every day, I make videos, and I teach people how to play the Pokemon trading card game. I help share my love and joy of the Pokemon trading card game with the world. It's what I'm passionate about. It's what I feel called to do. It's what I love to do. The Pokemon trading card game online is not a great tool for doing that, but it's fine and it gets the job done. I don't love the Pokemon trading card game online. In fact, I think that it could be a whole lot better. And the economy on the Pokemon trading card game online is terrible and actively makes my job more difficult because players find it nearly impossible to be able to build decks on the Pokemon trading card game online. I'm with you on that. This client gives players cards for free, but it is a worse experience through and through than the Pokemon trading card game online. It actively damages my ability to create content. It actively damages my ability to share the Pokemon trading card game with the world. And it hurts visually to play. From the animations flying up in your face and to the random flashbangs, to the really unintuitive user interface, everything feels very strained to use. And my hope is that everything that you interact with and see on this client gets a serious rehaul. I'm all for the crafting economy. I'm all about that. I think that eliminating the trading part from the Pokemon trading card game online is totally fine and definitely what the future of this game holds. But the visual experience with the Pokemon trading card game live is not a sustainable one. It is one that actively makes me want to log off and stop playing. And as someone who makes their living sharing the Pokemon trading card game with the world using these clients, that makes me incredibly depressed and sad. Yeah. So, sheesh. Yeah, I can't actually play it for a stream. I can showcase a couple of games, but no, I'm not really okay. Not okay. Nah. Nar. Not doing great. No. KX3 Dragon. If no one plays live, it'll never get better. That's not true. If everybody plays live, then it will. What if I said if everyone plays live and just ignores the flaws, then it'll never get better? That's like saying that. Nah, you gotta point out the flaws. You put your money where your mouth is, right? You gotta just tell it how it is. If you want anything to change, you gotta be honest about it. I've given my feedback. I've been loud and clear. Okay? I've been loud and clear, and I wish that they would take, I hope they're listening, but then not just listening, but then doing the things that they need to do to fix it. And the thing is, after a year of open beta, I do not feel more confident about this client. I don't feel more confidence. After a year in this boat. This all should have been... The thing is, there's no walking it back now. This all should have been done in a way that never made it to us. We should have never seen it. It should have not gotten into consumer hands in a worse position than the Pokemon trading card game online, right? Because the Pokemon trade, it's not like this is the gold standard of online clients, right? I'm not even comparing, like, this is such a... I'm comparing and contrasting live to a decade-old, previously a browser game, right? It's like PTCGO is not great, bro. It is not. Yeah, we are not comparing it to that. That's not what we're comparing it to at all. It is smooth. That's the thing, is it doesn't feel bad to play. That's like the big thing about it. It doesn't feel bad to play. Which ultimately makes all the difference. If you are into... Say you're into... Let's make a point of comparison, right? As I say you're into riding a bike or something like that. You're into riding bikes, and you've got like a bike that's like, it's kind of mid, but it's comfortable. You ride your bike to work every day. It gets you from point A to point B. It's not the fanciest bike in the world, but it gets the job done. And then someone tells you that they're going to take away your bike, and instead they're going to give you this new bike with square wheels. Yeah. With square wheels and no seat, right? And then, but this is the new bike that you have to use. And it's like nobody... It continues to just... How did we think that this was okay to put out like this? How? Because I understand that it's in development, but it's been in development for 4 years, right? So, like, how... It's been in development for 4 years. So people who are telling me it's going to get better, I have literally seen its development over the course of the last 12 months. How can you tell me it's going to get better, bro? How can you tell me? It's been in development for 4 years. How can you tell me that? Where's your proof? Where's your, how can you tell me that after 4 years it's gonna get better? Four years, and one of those years I have witnessed happening in real time. One of those years, so for a quarter of its development, we have just watched it. Yeah, I know, man. I don't even know. I don't know what I can do as a content creator. Like, I'm in an existential crisis about it. And I want to try and get you guys into this headspace that I'm in, because it's a scary one, right? Yeah. I love to just laugh and have fun and play the game. That's what I want to do. But, like, dude, we are heading for we're headed for kind of a disaster here. That's kind of what I'm saying, Kex Dragon. There comes a point where the technical debt is too large and the project needs to be completely redone. That's kind of like where I'm at with it, is like this might have just been a multi-million-dollar learning experience, right? It has been up until this point. But what I'm saying is that you can't take something that people have been doing for 10 years and give them something that feels worse than that and expect them to be on board with it. Yeah, it needs art. It does need art. So maybe they can salvage the tech underneath it. Great, but it needs to be, everything that you experience visually on that client needs to be redone. Everything. And I understand the developers have done a lot of work trying to get the cards to work together right. Great. Everything that you experience visually on that client needs to be redone. Everything. Thank you, Faint, for that sub 3 months in advance. I appreciate that, Faint. Thank you. There probably isn't a lot of design debt to be done. Right. So then it comes down to, like, to management. Like, how did this get to this? Because it's such a, this is such a PR disaster for the Pokemon Company. Like, letting people experience something like this, that it makes me wonder how it got greenlit, or how it got, like, put to this point in the first place. I don't really know. If I make an in-depth video comparing the games side by side. The thing is, though, is that What's MVP mean? The thing is, though, is like, all right, let's just play a game on this. We'll just play Lugia over here. Whew. Minimum viable product. What does that mean? In the context here, are you saying that they're doing the bare minimum? Thank you, A Breezy, for that tier 1 sub in the 14 months. It plays. The very least you could possibly ship, yeah. All right. To contrast, when we have a coin flip here on the Pokemon trading card game online, happens quick, gets snappy, we're off to the game. There's not too many overlays, there's not too many question prompts, there's not too many things popping up and asking you to do one thing or another. The shuffle animations are very smooth and concise. Everything feels like it's set up the way it's supposed to be set up. We'll start with Manphy. Looks like we're playing against Regigigas with our Lugia deck. Very cool. Now, taking a look at, we're going to play this game from the perspective of just thinking about what the animations look like and how they feel to play. Because the Pokemon trading card game online is not a great client, but it's got that down, right? It feels good to play, which is why people who play it don't really complain about it too much, other than the economy. The economy's terrible. No one is arguing that. People who watch this critique and are like, yeah, but I got free Lugias. I do not care, okay? That is literally not what we're talking about. Yes. So it's my turn. We draw a card, and right off the bat, you'll notice that when you draw a card, it goes straight to your hand. Because when you draw a card in real life, that's where the card goes. You don't draw a card and put it in front of your face and then put it into your hand. When you draw a card, it should go straight to your hand, which is exactly what it does in the Pokemon trading card game online. Okay. We're going to bench Lugia. And everything about this client feels natural. There aren't like overlays popping up asking you to like click on extra prompts and things like that. The weird cutout overlay where they like separate you from the game space doesn't really happen. So, it's good. The feeling when you drag a card around on the Pokemon trading card game online is incredibly rewarding. I mean, look, the sparkle, the sheen, the way that the card kind of floats back and forth, the cards feel incredibly rewarding to hold and to flick onto the board. So I like that. I also absolutely loathe that when you are playing a card like Ultra Ball on the Pokemon trading card game live, it takes you away from the game into a separate kind of menu, which is something that a trading card game should never do. The game should try to keep you as involved in the game as much as possible. And that's not something that the Pokemon trading card game live does. The Pokemon trading card game live is constantly removing you from the experience. Okay, we're going to go get Dunsparce. And then capture energy to get another Lugia. And then we'll play Marnie. And you'll notice that when I play the Marnie, my hand goes to the bottom of my deck, and I get the 5 cards straight into my hand. Nothing flying up in my face. It feels very smooth and natural. I can Ultra Ball away Eviltal and Arceus. Again, playing the cards keeps me in the experience. There's no pop-up menu that's asking me different prompts and removing me from the game. I'm constantly dialed into the game. I also think it's really important that comparing and contrasting what the holo patterns look like when you're scanning through your deck on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online compared with the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, there's a huge discrepancy in the quality of those holographic cards. Absolutely huge. And I will retreat into Lugia and pass to my opponents. Yes, there's a huge discrepancy. The textures, the holo patterns, everything looks really smooth and refined. Now, my opponent playing Quick Ball, notice that, right? When my opponent played Quick Ball, it shows me the Quick Ball, but the card stayed there, right? So that I could read it, which is really nice. So that detracts from the feeling. Notice it comes up, it stays there. I actually have time to visually process the cards that my opponent is playing. Now, if I want that to go by more quickly, I can click through it. But you notice how the default way that this works is that the cards are being shown to me and I can perceive them before they go away. And that's a huge difference between the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online and the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I'll attach Powerful Colorless Energy to Lugia and Professor's Research. We've got, yes, the hover over with PTCGO is also really nice. Hover over the card and it gives you a nice high resolution image. The images down in your hand are also nice and high resolution. They look good. When you're searching through your deck, all of the textures look really nice. And you can quickly and easily see your whole deck. Also, the game board does fade to the background, but at any point you can go back to the game board and it feels very easy to get to. I do like that as well. We'll grab a couple of Evolution Incense. And it's time to Summoning Star. Couple of Archeops onto the board. And you'll notice that when Lugia summons the Archeops to the board, they just come out of the discard pile and go straight to the bench. Great. When you want to use Primal Turbo, okay, notice how when we want to use an ability, the card enlarges to one side of the board and it stays there because the card does not need to swoop to the other side of the board, right? There's no reason for it. We click on Archeops, it enlarges to one side. There's not a weird, wacky, distracting text box that comes up over the Archeops that detracts from the art of the card. This ability box here is very in line with the artwork on the card and it feels natural. When you click it, the Archeops doesn't swing over to the other side of the screen for no reason. It just moves slightly to the side so that you can select the energy from your deck to accelerate into play. And the whole thing feels very calm. It feels very natural. It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel out of line. When you perform an attack, there's a nice animation. The pop-ups are not invasive and not visually assaulting. When you take a prize card, it feels good, right? I like that. We took a prize card and I didn't get smacked in the face with the big blue animation. The card goes straight from my prizes to the hand, which is exactly what happens when you're playing a game of Pokemon cards in real life. Okay. Let's do it again. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I love the Pokemon trading card game, you know? I don't want to be doing this, man. I don't, but it needs serious help. The situation is just like, ugh. Okay. Here we are, starting off a game on the Pokemon trading card game online. When you draw your hands, the cards nicely fall out of the deck and go straight to your hand. We've got nice high resolution images in our hand, which is great. The cards that we can play are glowing and they feel inviting to play. We'll put Lugia V-Star into the active spots, and the cards feel very good when you pick them up and drag them around. They get a little sparkle animation that's also high resolution. It all just feels nice and has a lot of care put into it. You'll notice that when we pick up a card to play it, the card feels really fun to drag around. There's a nice little glitter pattern that follows the cards around, makes the board feel alive, makes the game feel inviting and exciting. We'll play the Quick Ball, and I really like that when you play a card like Quick Ball, it doesn't take you out of the board. It keeps you right here, dialed into what you're doing, and there's no excessive pop-ups. I think the excessive pop-ups is one of the worst things about the Pokemon trading card game live. We'll discard Arceus with the Quick Ball, and we're going to set up a Radiant Charizard. That seems good. I'll attach an energy from my hand to Lugia, and we'll pass it on over to my opponent. Now, this is something that I think is really important to take a look at when we're comparing the Pokemon trading card game online to the Pokemon trading card game live. Because when playing the Pokemon trading card game online, the cards that your opponent plays still come up into the forefront for you to perceive, but they don't just disappear instantly. They stay there, and the game can keep functioning while you take in that card. I'll attach double turbo energy to Lugia. I will Ultra Ball away Manaphy and Aurora energy to go get an Archeops, and I am going to read the wind. Something else that I really like about the Pokemon trading card game online is that the text boxes that you have, they feel like they fit with the aesthetic of the Pokemon trading card game. They don't feel like they're part of some weird, outdated operating system or something like that. They actually jive pretty nicely with the aesthetic of the cards. And that's really all I'm looking for in an online client, is that I'm looking for something that enhances the experience of playing the Pokemon trading card game instead of detracting from it. Now you'll notice there, when my opponent played Marnie, the card came into the forefront of the screen so that I could perceive it, but it stayed there, right? And it stays there long enough for you to be able to take in what is going on with that card. I'm going to evolve into Lugia V-Star and play Capture Energy. Capture Energy can get me another Lugia. I'll bench a Rangaroo and use Primate Wisdom to put that Aurora Energy on top of my deck. I've got Boss's Orders, which is fine. I think I will not use it. We're just going to Tempest Dive, and I'm not going to discard the Stadium. I also really like that. The game doesn't stop everything that's happening every time my opponent plays a card. They play a card like Serena. It stays there hovering for me to be able to read and take a look at for a reasonably long enough time for me to be able to perceive it. The cards aren't just zooming around and smacking me in the face for no reason, right? Instead, the cards kind of linger there long enough for you to be able to read them. Another really important thing is that the cards are all in a high enough resolution for me to be able to appreciate. That's not something that happens on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. On the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, a lot of these cards are in lower resolution, so they're harder to read, harder to perceive. But here, I can see that that's a Lugia V, and I have a moment to be able to take that in, and then the card naturally goes away back to my opponent's board. I really love that when you're using an attack or an ability, when you click on the card, it swings up to the right, and when you decide to use the attack, a natural animation. There's such a nice flow to it, right? You use Tempest Dive, and the Pokemon swings up to the right, and then it swings right down to where you land the attack. It makes sense. When you go to hit something, you're going to wind up, and you'll hit it, right? When you go to swing a baseball bat, first you wind up, and then you swing to your desired location. Something that you don't do when you swing a baseball bat is swing it back and forth and then tomahawk down, okay? Because that's what happens when you're playing the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, is that you're swinging the bat all around, and then all of a sudden you tomahawk it down, and it just doesn't feel natural. You don't swing Pokemon cards, but when you play cards, you bring them from up to down. That's how the motion should feel. You never swing your cards back and forth before playing them, which is exactly what happens on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I think I just want to see the attack animation again. Let's, you know what? It's actually going to be easier if I just go test deck. Let's just do that. That way I can just talk about it without worrying about the... All right, let's do that. Cool. All right, to help show off what I'm talking about with animations, I'm going to test out my Lugia deck on the Pokemon trading card game online and talk about some of the things that the Pokemon trading card game online gets right with their animations. Obviously, this visual glitch is an annoying problem with the text overlaying the cards, but if I was Direwolf and knew that I was getting phased out, I probably wouldn't give a crap either. So... Okay. Let's get this card out of here real quick. Ultra Ball away, a couple Arceus. Go get a Lugia. And we'll put the Lugia onto the bench. We'll attach Capture Energy to Stoutland. Go get another Lugia. And pass. Flare Grunt. They always have it. All right, so we'll evolve into Lugia, and we'll use Summoning Star. Something that I really like about the Pokemon trading card game online animation style is that when you go to use an ability, the card swings up to the right, and then when you use that ability, it feels very natural, right? You go straight to... Man, dude, I'm getting this visual glitch. The visual glitch is going to really take away from the experience, yeah. The visual glitch is obviously not great, okay? Nobody's defending that. But what I'm saying is it does feel natural. Man, am I going to get more of the visual glitch on the test deck feature? Maybe. Let's try it one more time. I just want to open a Lugia. Just make it easy for me, man. I want to show off my swinging a baseball bat example. That's what I want to do. I feel like that's a good point to make. Okay, this is fine. We'll work with this. All right, I'm running the test deck feature on the Pokemon trading card game online to show off some of the things that I like about the animation style of the Pokemon trading card game online. First of all, the hand is displayed in very nice high resolution. You can tell that all of the gold cards, alt art cards, and holographic cards look nice and are rendered nicely, even when they are in the hand. When you go to play a card, I do really like that there's an... When you hover over cards, there's a nice high-resolution pop-up that shows you what each of the cards in your hand does. And you can tell just by looking at a card like this Lumineon V how much nicer the holographic rendering is on this card than what you're getting on the Pokemon trading card game live. And what's really tough about this is that some players have spent thousands and thousands of dollars and invested over a decade into their Pokemon trading card game online accounts, and to have their collection, which appears beautiful on the Pokemon trading card game online, decrease in quality when it moves to the Pokemon trading card game live. That is an experience that really hurts player trust in the Pokemon company, because players have spent a long time amassing these cards that were visually appealing to a certain degree. And when you take these cards off of the Pokemon trading card game online and move them to the Pokemon trading card game live, their resolution goes down, the holographic texture looks cheap, and the entire playing experience decreases a lot. When you pick up a card to play it on the Pokemon trading card game online, it's got this nice kind of glitter animation that comes up that makes playing the cards feel really inviting and exciting. Something that I love about this client is that when you play a card like Quick Ball, it doesn't take you out of the game state. It doesn't remove you from the game. There's no unnecessary pop-up. There's just a text prompt. There's just a single text prompt in the middle of the screen, and you get to continue playing the game without being removed with unnecessary menus or options to click. It's as simple as that. You choose a card that you want to discard. It's as simple as just choosing a card that you want to discard, and then you get to see your deck. And another thing worth noting is that in the deck, the cards are all rendered very beautifully. We can compare and contrast what looking through your deck on the Pokemon trading card game online looks like next to what looking through your deck on the Pokemon trading card game live looks like. The cards are all effortlessly, the cards are all effortlessly rendered in high quality resolution. The animations have no problem keeping up. The integrity of the cards is all very much intact, and the deck looks exactly how I would expect it to look, with all of the cards being in high resolution and the initial fact that just all of the cards are there present in your deck when you go to look through your deck. On the Pokemon trading card game live, you have to click an additional prompt in order to see all of your deck, which is also something that's a little bit confusing in my opinion. Something that I really like about the Pokemon trading card game online is that when you're looking through your deck, all of the cards are rendered beautifully in high resolution. All of the animations look great. The fidelity of the cards is very high when compared directly with a deck search on the Pokemon trading card game live. You can see the huge discrepancy with the quality of the cards and the resolution in the deck search. All right, cool. I think I said that bit. We'll grab Lugia V, and when we take the Lugia V, the card swings up in front of us like it does on the Pokemon trading card game live, but the difference is that the card lingers there. It doesn't just swoop up in front of our face and then disappear before we have a chance to perceive it. The card swoops up, it lingers, allows you to read it, and if you want to click past it, you can, but if you wait a moment, then the card will just swoop down to your hands. We'll put the Lugia V down and attach an Aurora Energy to Manaphy. Discard Luminion. And we'll pass. Yes, the unnecessary prompts definitely make the gameplay quite a drag. All right, so we're gonna Ultra Ball away, research and Lugia, go get an Arceus, toss it, and Evolution Incense, go get another Arceus, toss it, discarding these. And go get a Lugia V-Star out of the deck. Cool. Slap that down. And you'll notice how snappy everything feels, right? It just all feels very snappy and natural. Something else that I think that the Pokemon trading card game online gets correct is the way that the cards act. Something else that I think that the Pokemon trading card game online gets right is the way that the cards animate when you want to use them. If we take a look at a card like Manaphy, when you click on it, the card swings up to the right, which is what all of the cards do on the Pokemon trading card game online when you're about to use them. They don't swing over to the left for no reason, like they do on the Pokemon trading card game live. They stay right here, which just feels natural because this is where the cards go when you want to use them. They go to the right. So we'll retreat Manaphy into Lugia, and the card swings down to the bench where we expect it to go. And then we'll click on Lugia. Lugia will swing up to the right, and we will use Summoning Star. And when we use Summoning Star, the card stays there on the right side. And what this does is it makes you feel like very oriented, makes you feel very comfortable with what's happening on the screen because your card isn't swinging back and forth unnecessarily across the screen for no reason. We're going to summon both the Archeops out of our discard pile and put them onto the bench. And then similarly, we are going to click on Archeops. When you use Archeops, it swings up to the right. Something that I really like about the Pokemon trading card game online is that the text boxes that pop up over the cards are not intrusive to the artwork on the cards. They feel like they fit naturally with the way that the cards look. Like this Primal Turbo ability, for instance. It doesn't look like an outdated software system or some sort of weird space age tech kind of thing. It doesn't look like a spreadsheet. It looks like it is a text box that kind of just popped out of the card. And that's something that I really don't like about the Pokemon trading card game live, is that the text boxes that pop up out of the cards don't look like they belong on Pokemon cards. They don't fit in with the look of the cards whatsoever. They look They look more like they belong in Microsoft Office than they do on a Pokemon trading card game application. Now, when we click Primal Turbo, again, the Archeops does not wave across the screen unnecessarily. We are brought to the deck where we can see not only the cards that we can accelerate with Primal Turbo, but we can also easily check the rest of the cards in the deck without having to click an extra prompt like you do on the Pokemon trading card game live. In order to announce an attack, we'll accelerate a couple of energy to our Lugia. and we'll do it again to accelerate another one. Now, when you're ready to perform an attack on the Pokemon trading card game online, you'll notice we click the card, it swings up to the right, the text box is non-invasive, and the focus is on the beauty of the card. And that's something that I think that the Pokemon trading card game online more or less gets right. The text box does not take away from the visual appearance of the card. But on the Pokemon trading card game live, the very kind of, the very technical and unappealing text box just pops over half of the card and it doesn't look nice, right? So that really takes away from the whole experience. But something that I really like about the Pokemon trading card game online is that when you go to use an attack, you click on the card, it winds up, you click on the attack, and the animation feels very natural. The Lugia comes down and it attacks the active Pokemon. You get to take a prize card, and the card flips over nicely and comes straight into your hand. There's no sort of excessive flashbang or anything visually assaulting happening there. It's all very nice and it feels smooth. Now, when you think about using an attack or hitting something, right? It's very natural to wind up and then swing. That's what you do when you swing a baseball bat, after all. You wind up, you swing back, and then you follow through to your target. This is why the animations on the Pokemon trading card game online feel so natural, because they logically make sense. Now, something that you don't do when you're getting ready to swing into something is wave the card back and forth before you eventually tomahawk down on it. And that's kind of what you're getting on the Pokemon trading card game online. That's kind of what you're getting on the Pokemon trading card game live. The animations feel jarring, they feel disorienting, they don't feel logical, they don't feel ergonomic, they don't feel like they fit with what you would expect when a card is attacking something in front of it, which is what makes the entire Pokemon trading card game live experience so difficult on the senses, is because none of what's happening visually makes any logical sense or feels good or looks good. It all feels abrasive and jarring and makes me want to log off and stop playing, because after playing the Pokemon trading card game live for any extended period of time, I will start to get a headache because of all of the unnecessary animations, the unnecessary flashing, and the difficulty in playing the game. So again, I think that it just makes logical sense that when you want to attack something, the card swings up, you swing back just like you would with a baseball bat, and then the Pokemon swings forward into its target, which feels natural, makes a lot of sense. The animation looks crisp and nice. The prizes come up. You get to select your prizes, and the game moves on. Okay. All right. I feel like, you know, we should have never had to do this. You know, we should have never had to do this. But here we are. All right. Searching for a game on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. You can see right away the resolution on those deck boxes is not good. All right. The first thing we notice when we're starting a game on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, these text boxes are invasive. They pop up and are very sterile looking. They look like they are better suited for maybe some sort of Microsoft Excel program or something like that, and not for a tabletop trading card game. Now, the hand, when it comes to you, is very abrasive, kind of pops up in your face, very jarring. And you'll notice that the resolution of the hand is really poor when compared side by side with the resolution of a hand on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. We'll put Lugia in the active, and again, more obnoxious pop-ups. Tap done when you're ready to continue is just unnecessary. Here's another really awkward pop-up. I think that these this is another awkward pop-up. I think that these text boxes are just incredibly ugly and don't fit with the aesthetics of the Pokemon franchise at all. Again, this looks like something that's from an outdated operating system and takes away from the game. Now, again, here's another pop-up, which is unnecessarily taking me out of the game. Every time one of these windows pops up, it takes me out of the game and away from the experience, which is one of the reasons that this game is so jarring, is because you're constantly being removed from the tabletop game with unnecessary pop-up boxes. And then you have to tap done when you're done, but there's nothing else for me to do. There are no other basics in my hand. So why should I have to tap done when I'm done if there's no other basics in my hand? We can also see that the fidelity of the cards in my hand is much lower when compared side by side with your hand on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. The look of the board is also, okay. We'll notice that, okay, they just play Training Court and Pass, that's fine. When the cards swing up in front of your face on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, they don't actually stay there long enough for you to be able to perceive them. They kind of just smack you and then disappear, which is really jarring because the point of the cards coming up in front of your face is so that you can see them and perceive them. If the card just flashes in front of your face and disappears, then it might as well have just not done that in the first place because you can't even see what the card is. It just is a jarring experience. Something else that I really don't like is that every time you play a card, it takes you away from the game. And with a card like Ultra Ball, you don't need to be brought into this entirely different menu space where you're removed from the game board, but we are. So we will choose to discard Capture Energy and Serena. The fidelity of these two cards here is very low. You can see even compared with this Ultra Ball to the right, the fidelity of the Capture Energy and the Serena is quite low. When you're doing a deck search on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, you can see the fidelity of the cards in your deck. If we compare that with the fidelity of the cards on the Pokemon trading card game online, there is a stark difference. We'll grab an Arceus and put it into our hand. I also, I don't like that whole, like, why is there like a little cutout thing kind of like animating over that? I don't think that's necessary. I'll quick ball, and when you go to play a card, you'll notice the little sparkle animation on the Pokemon trading card game online really makes the cards feel exciting to play. We don't have any of that on the Pokemon trading card game live. It just feels very sterile. The card kind of wiggles around and floats as you drag it around, but compared directly with the click and drag experience on the Pokemon trading card game online, the online client feels much better. We'll play the quick ball and discard Archeops. Again, you can tell the discrepancy in the quality of the images is very stark there. It is, it is very clear that they sped up all of the animations on the Pokemon trading card game live, but that doesn't make them good. Just because something's fast doesn't make it good. The animations still feel jarring, and they feel unnatural. They don't feel fun to execute, which is something that detracts from the entire experience. I'll bench my Lugia. We'll use... Now, when you hover over on the Pokemon trading card game live, the cards pop up to the left instead of directly over top of them, which I don't think is terrible. The resolution on those images is nice, though I don't like the hollow patterns, especially taking a look at this Marnie. That just looks like a cheap knockoff and doesn't actually look like the hollow pattern on the card itself. It kind of looks like a cheap knockoff in comparison. So I think that's really evident with a card like this Marnie. We'll attach the Aurora Energy, and you'll notice the card like swings up, right? It takes you away. I think that when you play a card like Aurora Energy, you don't need all of this animating. You don't need to be removed from the game board. But we are. The card moves all over the place. Now we are taken to a separate menu where we have to click and drag the Archeops. You get this weird kind of dotted line cutout thing going on. And then you have to click done, and it's all just very unintuitive and obnoxious. We'll go to play our supportive return, Marnie, and the hand shuffles, goes to the bottom of the deck, and we get our new hand. It all happens very fast, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it looked or felt good. It kind of feels like, I get put into a hyper tunnel and then just like, and zapped into this spot, which is fine. And here's my real critique. When you go to use an attack on the Pokemon trading card game live, first the card swings to the left, then you got this really awkward pop-up which obstructs the card, and then you click on the attack, and then the card swings to the right, and then pops up, removing you from the game. Then you have to click and drag the cards you want to discard. There's the weird dotted line pop-up thing, which further removes you from the game board. And then you have to click done. And then more cards pop up and swing around, and finally you're done. So it's all very convoluted and very unintuitive. That's not what happens when you swing a baseball bat, right? You don't go left, right, tomahawk down. It's like with a bunch of weird steps in between. It's also worth noting that when your opponent plays cards, cards pop up in your face, but they don't stay there long enough for you to be able to perceive what they are or what your opponent's doing. Like that quick ball is just, it's like very clearly the developers just kind of hit 4 times speed on the animations, but didn't actually take care to make sure that the animations felt good and intuitive and smooth. The animations just got sped up, right? So here we're going to use Evolution Incense, and it's awkward. Like you have to like, how do you view your whole all? So you have to like click this extra, in order to see your whole deck, you have to click this extra menu over here. You've got valid and you've got all filters on the deck search. Cards are not the same size for some reason. Okay, now that Arceus is the same size, that's a little bit of a visual glitch, but that's okay. But it is very awkward only being presented with the cards that you're able to get instead of the whole deck. We'll get Lugia and evolve the Lugia V-Star. And here we go. We're going to really get into the nitty-gritty of using an ability and an attack on the Pokemon trading card game live. When you click on Lugia, it swings to the left. You've got this really obnoxious overlay, which really detracts from the artwork of the card. In fact, it completely overlays over half of the card, and it doesn't fit in with the card whatsoever. We're going to use Summoning Star. When we use Summoning Star, the card swings back to the right and then jolts up and to the right some more. We have 2 low-resolution images that we can drag to get our Pokemon. Then we have to click an extra thing, say done, that's fine. The Archeops make their way to our bench. Dang, my opponent didn't want to wait through while I did that. What the heck? Can I do the live equivalent of test deck? All right, cool. Let's do that. All right, we're going to go test deck. My opponents can't handle it. I figured out the easy way to just like auto win on live though. Is you just take forever. One of the things that I really dislike about the Pokemon trading card game live is all of the pop-up menus that come up and take you away from the game. They don't really fit in with the vibe of the Pokemon trading card game or the Pokemon franchise. They all kind of feel like very sterile, very uninspired, and plain. And they also just take you visually and mentally out of the game. Like this one here. We're going to choose to go first, but we didn't need all of those white pop-up boxes to get us through these menus. Here's our hand. It all flashes in front of us very quickly. We'll drag our Stoutland into the active. We have to click done, even though there's nothing else we can do. Our prizes are out, and it's our turn. Something that I don't like about the Pokemon trading card game live is that when you draw a card off the top of your deck, it flashes in front of your face and then goes to your hand. I think that it's more natural that when you draw a card, it just goes into your hand, as that's where you're going to put it. If you want to see that card, you can always hover over. Now on the Pokemon trading card game live, when you do a hover over, the card is shown enlarged on the left side of your screen, which I think is fine. On the Pokemon trading card game online, the card enlarges directly above that card. I think that either of those solutions is totally fine. Now, when we go to play a card like Ultra Ball, first of all, you'll notice that when you are holding the card over the game board, it doesn't have that nice animation that it has on the Pokemon trading card game online. There's no trail of stars following it or anything like that. It doesn't feel very exciting to hold. It just is kind of floating around, which is fine, but something to notice. It does look a lot nicer to hold and move a card around on the Pokemon trading card game online. When we decide to play a card like Ultra Ball, it takes us completely away from the board and presents us with a new menu. We can see the resolution and fidelity of our hand on the Pokemon trading card game live is very low and dull and pixelated when compared to your hand on the Pokemon trading card game online. And the cards in the hand are even low and resolution when compared directly to the Ultra Ball that we see right here. In fact, the Ultra Ball looks great. This looks fine. But all of these cards look grainy and low resolution. Something else that I really dislike about the Pokemon trading card game live is the hollow foil texture. The textures do not look natural. They don't look like they fit with the Pokemon cards. They don't look right. So you can see those lines, the bars going through the professor's research. Doesn't look good. It doesn't look like the card. We'll discard Capture Energy and Speed Lightning Energy. And again, this entire menu takes us away from the game unnecessarily. We have to click Done. And now we're transported back into the game. And that's something like, look right there, right? So what this does is it flashes us away from the game board, back to the game board, and away from the game board. And my bench Pokemon... Oh, there is no bench Pokemon. That's fine. It just flashes you... It flashes you away from the game board, back to the game board, and away from the game board again, right? Which is very jarring because you don't need all of these pop-ups taking you away from the game board. It's something that makes this game very difficult visually to play. You can also tell that when doing a deck search, the fidelity of the cards in your deck is much lower. The amazing rare Pokemon look grainy. The radiant Pokemon look cheap. The hollow foil on your Pokemon V really don't look nice at all. They just kind of have these weird green and blue bars going through them, and the resolution is incredibly low. We'll select the Lugia. Lugia pops to our hand, and we'll drag the Lugia onto the bench, attach double turbo energy to the active, and end our turn. Taking in the entire board, there's a lot of dead space here with things. And look, just take in a moment to just look at all of that. Look at all of that. I'm just going to pass back. Look at how jarring it is to watch an opponent's turn. Look at this. I'm just going to pass. Watch it. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything. The cards flash up in front of your face. There was an unnecessary flash right there. More flashing. It's all happening so fast, but it doesn't feel good. It just is incredibly jarring. Cards swing around, and there it is. Here, I'm gonna just let it happen again. You see what I'm saying? Unnecessary flashes, Unnecessary animations, unnecessary swooping. It all feels... Yo, yeah, Zeely, for sure. I'll play Evolution Incense. We're going to go get Lugia. Let's evolve into Lugia. And Ultra Ball, discard these. Go get Arceus. Professor's Research. Okay. And we're gonna, okay. Something that definitely want to take a look at when playing the Pokemon trading card game live is the animations you get when you use an ability or an attack. And it's really kind of, it doesn't feel good when you use the cards, which is one of the biggest complaints I have about this client, is that the cards don't feel good to play. They don't appear nice to look. Oh. Wow, that was like the laziest mosquito, just kind of fell into my face. I got some hand sand over there, but that's fine. Yeah, so let's just use an ability. We're going to click on Lugia V-Star, and when you click on Lugia V-Star... Yo, what's up, Zeely? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We're going to click on Lugia V-Star, and when we... We're going to click on Lugia V-Star, and when we click on Lugia V-Star, it swings up to the left, and you've got this, what I consider to be a very obtrusive pop-up overlay over top of the card. The overlay doesn't look nice. It doesn't fit with the vibe of the Pokemon card. It looks like a cheap knockoff, if I'm being honest. When we click on Lugia V-Star, it swoops up to the left, and we get this very obtrusive looking cheap overlay that comes up over the card. It doesn't fit with the vibe of the Pokemon card, or the art of the card, or the design of the card, or any of that. It looks like it belongs in an outdated operating system from the early 2000s or something like that. And it covers up over half of the card. If we take a look at this Lugia V-Star right here, you actually can't see most of the card. If you just look at it, I mean, look at it, right? We can't see the majority of the card. It's almost all covered up by kind of, frankly, not very attractive looking overlays, right? So we're missing a lot of what we like the most, which is the card, and instead we've got this kind of cheap looking overlay placed over top of it. So again, to use an ability, first the card swings up to the left, you click on the ability, and then it swings to the right, and that just feels very unnatural. Why did it need to swing up to the left and then to the right? Doesn't really make any logical sense. We go to use Arceus. Primal Turbo. We click it. It swings. First, it went down to the hand and then to the right. It's like the cards are dancing around the screen for no reason, right? We'll accelerate to Double Turbo energy and a powerful colorless energy to the Lugia. And then we'll attach an energy from our hand to the Lugia. And you notice how it's like that whole pop-up, even doing something like playing Capture Energy, feels extremely labored. And I think that that's kind of what I'm getting at the most is that doing everything on this client feels labored. And this thing has been in development for 4 years. It's been in open beta for a year now. So what am I supposed to think? I understand that it's in beta. I understand that it's still being worked on. But again, players have had the opportunity to move their collections that they've been working on for 10 years from the Pokemon trading card game online. And some of those players have invested thousands and thousands of dollars into those collections. And they're porting them from a client that has a certain quality of play with it, and the new client doesn't live up to that quality of play. Side by side, comparing apples to apples, the new client, which has been in development for a long time, does not allow players to enjoy the game in the same way that they enjoy the game on the Pokemon trading card game online. And again, nobody is defending the Pokemon trading card game online marketplace. Nobody is defending the Pokemon trading card game online economy. It's one of my least favorite things in the world. I don't like that. I don't like the trading system. I don't like that it's very expensive for players to get decks. But giving players free cards is not something that requires any effort on the part of the development team, and not something that will be very difficult to fix. All you have to do is click a couple buttons, and boom, give players free cards. Making a game that is fun and feels good to play, now that is something that is not necessarily very easy to do, and at this point, I am very concerned about this game's current ability to deliver on that. So again, we're going to click the Lugia. It has this pop-up overlay, which doesn't really jive with the card. You click on the Lugia, it swings to the left. You want to use Tempest Dive. The card swings to the right, and then you get a zap, and then back to the left. It doesn't make any sense. And then back to the right. Please tell me how that makes sense. That was the clip. That's what I needed to see right there. It doesn't make sense. Why are the cards swinging all over the board? It's just so ugly and it doesn't make any sense, man. So. Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm happy that the Pokemon Company is working on something, but I would be lying if I didn't say that I was very concerned about the direction of the project and the progress that's been made on it in the amount of time that they've been working on it. It seems like there are some very clear and obvious things that occur when you're playing the game that ought not to occur. The cards animate in a way that feels unnatural. The cards appear in ways that don't look good, and I feel like it's in a state where the public should not have seen it like this, because it's tough, because again, we all had our accounts. A lot of people have moved their accounts over now, and now their collections have been moved to a place where their collections just look worse. Yeah. So I don't know. What do we do about it? I'm kind of exhausted Yeah, I'm kind of exhausted. It's just like, and I didn't want to do this, man. I don't want to do this. It's frustrating. Yeah, man, it's tough. I'm not exactly sure, what to do going forward, but this is the situation that we're in as a community, and it is, this is our reality, so. Well, that's the thing, is I'm always going to invest into my tabletop productions. That's something that no one can take away from us, right? That I'm very proud of how the tabletop productions have grown and developed over the course of the last couple of years. I think that their quality has improved drastically, and I am very excited about the tabletop productions that we do here on Tricky Jim. Again, one of the reasons that the reason that I am so passionate about this issue is because I depend on the success of the Pokemon online client more than anybody on planet Earth, and I need it to function and be decent in order to make a living. The Pokemon trading card game online is already not great, but it does get the job done and doesn't visually assault me when I play it. But the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live has been in open beta for a year now, and I can't say that I've seen enough progress on it to make me feel confident about it. Which just, people say be patient, people say it's in beta, like, okay, but like, at what point does the beta start to feel at least as good as the thing we had before, right? At what point does the beta start to at least be up to par with the thing that we've been using for 10 years? Because if we're going in a new direction, then that direction should be better than the direction we have been going. And right now, I'm running out of good faith that that direction is going to be better. And I have a deep, deep fear that the direction is just worse. And that we might end up with a product that is just worse than the Pokemon trading card game online for years to come. And that's a long time. It's a long time. And it's bad for the game. Sure, but Hunter, you should never make a downwards move. You should never make a downwards move. You should never move from one place to a worse place. What if I started doing that? Okay, what if I started... If you make your product worse, people will notice and stop playing, right? The same is true for games. And it's true for me as a content creator. I can't go backwards. Now that I've started editing my tabletop, for instance, now that I've started editing my tabletop games in a way that takes me sometimes 8 to 10 hours to edit, I cannot go backwards. Why? Because we've already started accomplishing something. Let's just pull up YouTube, right? We've already started accomplishing something of a certain level. I can't go backwards because it'll be bad for my channel, right? if we go to tabletop games, right? Tabletop gameplay. The way that we currently edit our tabletop games is a very high effort, okay? Very high effort. Things are...
Barboach into Wishcash. I'll bench Terrakion, and I'll play Marnie. I get 5 cards, and Jesse gets 4.
You'll notice even when I'm editing my own videos,
I was hoping to find
I don't flash up cards in a way that I would never edit a card onto the screen and like smack you in the face with it, right?
Able to find
I want it to feel good. Every time you see a card, I want you to feel like, okay,
and I
have an idea of what's happening here.
Does 30 damage to all of your Pokemon.
See, we get to linger on the card, then it disappears.
By quick balling away Hisuian Basque Legion.
Quick ball.
Let's get Lapras with the quick ball. Yeah, let's
Evolution Incense. It lingers on the card.
So I will evolve Snom into Frostmoth, Elvemerade to Octillery, and then use Abyssal Hand to fill my hand to 5, so draw 4.
You can see how much editing and time goes into this, okay? Now that I've started editing my tabletop videos like that, I can't go back. I can't go back to doing them like this.
What's up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here, filming from my apartment, about to show off some tabletop gameplay footage between Dark Gengar and Feraligatr from the Rocket On format. Really excited about this. We're doing some commentary this time. It's just live commentary as we're playing, but let me know, is this better? You guys asked for commentary last time. We're trying it this way. I could also overdub it. That's another option, just in post-processing. However, we just decided to try and do it live, just natural as we're playing, so you can kind of see, you know, how we interact as we play on the tabletop. So let me know how you guys feel about that. I apologize in advance. Some of the gameplay is like a little bit sloppy, like we forget some things here and there. I forget to use my abilities once. Both Natalie and I are just learning how to play these decks, and you know, are still kind of picking things up as we go. So anyways, just wanted to show off the game. It's a great game ahead, so I'm excited to show it off for you guys, and you definitely get to...
Dang, bro, I really be out here talking. Like, who wants to listen to all of that?
See both decks in action. So here we go. Dark Gengar versus Feraligatr. Riptide versus Dark Gengar. Hope you guys enjoy the video. Thanks for watching. All right. Gonna get set up first here. Playing the Rocket On format. Today we're gonna be showcasing my Dark Gengar.
Swipes.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Tails. All right, draw. My Dark Gengar deck is going to try sneaky attack the now. Yeah. Okay. And then I am going to...
I like to smell my beard after a really good meal. Dude, you don't need to get that...
What's up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with JW Creewall.
Hey, guys.
A.K.A. Flex Daddy Righteous. Follow me on Twitch. We are going to be showing off some next format post-rotation gameplay in today's tabletop video for you all. We've been rocking these tabletops every single weekday for the month of July, so let's go. Big shout out to everybody who's been helping me out with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So do you think it's going to...
Yeah, what I'm saying is... I've had a lot of different ways of doing things, but you can't have backwards progression, right? You got to progress forward. You have to. You can't go backwards. The effort was always there. You know, and I'll try out different things. Like, I tried out...
Cramomatic.
I tried out putting music in the background. You know, I've tried out no music in the background.
Echo Horn.
I'll attach powerful colorless energy.
But I think that
What's up, everybody? Andrew Mahone.
Ultimately, you know, it's okay to experiment and try different things, but the thing, you need someone with like a good overarching vision. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, yeah, isn't this insane? The Pokemon trading card game live needs vision. It needs good vision, okay? And right now, how am I supposed to believe that there is someone at the helm there with the vision that needs to be there in order to deliver it and bring this client into year 2023? How am I supposed to believe that? What the Pokemon trading card game live needs is vision. It needs someone or a team that is able to visualize where the client needs to be and how it needs to feel in year 2023 and needs to be able to deliver on that. My biggest concern is that in the year that we've seen it in open beta, things have not improved enough for me to have good faith that that vision is going to be actualized anytime soon, which makes me incredibly nervous as someone who depends on the Pokemon trading card game online and one day the Pokemon trading card game live to make a living and share my love of the Pokemon trading card game with the world. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of like that's what I'm saying. We need to be straight up. We need to be straight up with what we want as a community. We need to be direct. We need to speak up and say, hey, if it ain't going to get better, don't give it to us, you know? Because that's where I'm at with it. Absolutely not, Montobi. Absolutely not. I'm pretty sure that all of the devs hate me. I'm pretty sure. But, like, I don't know. I could imagine, and if the developers of the Pokemon trading card game live hate my guts and don't want to listen to anything that I have to say, fine. That's fine. I understand. I've probably been a thorn in your side. But my counter argument is that the Pokemon trading card game live has been a bigger thorn in my side. So that's why we have this relationship. It's like a complicated relationship because the Pokemon trading card game live is making my life a lot harder and a lot more stressful every day. You know, I've got nothing against the devs for live, and I know that they're probably working really hard and have a lot of challenges and this, that, and the other. I get it, but like, okay, so whatever is going on, I can't speak on it because I don't know. But whatever is going on with it has not been successful, and that's not me being a hater. Okay, I'm not just being a hater, bro. Yeah, I'm not just being a hater. This is the reality we're living in. And you need to have some introspection and be able to look at the products that you've delivered to us and ask, okay, well, how do I expect them to feel if they have something where they've been working on their thing for 10 years, right? 10 years. They've had their cards look a certain way. They've had their cards feel a certain way. You know, the quality has been a certain way. And after 10 years, to have that go backwards feels insulting, right? To have backwards progression feels insulting. It feels bad, right? And that's no hate against the devs. I have nothing but love for everybody at the Pokemon Company International. I love them. I do. I love working with them. I have a great relationship with many people at the Pokemon Company International. I absolutely love what we're doing there. I love it. Okay? I'm so jazzed and excited about so many things happening with Pokemon. But you have to call it like you see it. And everything that's been occurring with the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live in the last 12 months that we as a community have been aware of it has been, I'd say, largely not great. Okay. You have to call it like you see it. You have to do that, because I'm in a situation where I have to do that. I can't just blindly shill this thing because I depend on it. Okay? I'm not going to lead the community astray. I'm not going to try and polish the turd, you know? I'm not going to do that because I care too much. I'm invested in the community. The community is what has allowed me to make a living sharing the game with the world. So I owe them my honesty, right? I owe the community that. I owe the community my honesty. I'll never just lie or just, brush it under the rug. Something seriously needs to change. And I think that I've been more than fair, I was originally shocked at the lower quality of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, and I got angry because I was shocked at how much worse it was and how much of a step backwards it was from what we'd already been accustomed to. And that original shock came with anger and frustration, and I let that out. Because I didn't know what else to do. Over the last handful of months, I've tried just ignoring it because I'm not a negative person and I don't like starting drama and I don't want to bring that energy into the community. And I want to be a positive force in the game. And I felt like talking about live was bringing me into a really negative space. So I kind of took some time off to just not think about it. But now that we're coming up on a year, I wanted to put my thoughts together in a cohesive way and hopefully a constructive way to help demonstrate my issues with the direction of the new client, so that it was very clear I'm not just being a hater, I'm not just being, any type of way about it. Like, there are some very logical and reasonable quality of life things that we would expect from a new and updated client that are just not there, and not seeing adequate development towards those things after a year of open beta testing is extremely concerning. And I think that that's fair. And I think that that's something that we as a community need to make sure is heard, because we're not going to take a step backwards in quality. We're not going to take a step backwards with the performance of the game. We're not going to take a step backwards visually. And the collections that players have been working for over a decade to amass on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, I think deserve to look at least as good on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live as they did on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. And I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing to expect from a game that has been in development for 4 years. the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live is not being released into a vacuum. There are other games that are doing exactly what the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live is setting out to do and doing it better. Magic Arena, Hearthstone, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. All of these games look and perform beautifully, and they pay homage to the artistic direction of those franchises, and they are rewarding games to play and experience. And that is all I am expecting from the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I am on board with the new direction of the economy. I am on board with crafting. I think better accessibility to the game is fantastic and something that should absolutely happen with our new client. However, if the client isn't at least as good or better than the outdated client that came before it, then the player base will decrease and evaporate. We need to make sure that the new client is better than the old client and, my God, up to par with the other clients that exist for other trading card games and other clients that other players are using to enjoy the games that they love. We should be at least on par with those clients, if not better, because we know that Pokemon is one of the biggest franchises in the world, the biggest franchise in the world, and definitely capable of such. So that's it. That's my piece. Those are my thoughts on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. After about a year of being aware of it and watching it unfold in front of us. All right, what do you guys think? Yeah, well, I tried to be as measured and fair as I possibly could. I tried. I feel like, well, Purple Heracross, I think the last video I made was very not measured and fair. So, well, all right, I'm not going to take back any of the things that I've said in previous videos, but I'd say it was not measured and could be taken as me just being a hater. So, this time around, I wanted to make sure that I had gained my composure and was as reasonable as possible while still getting my point across, right? Because last time, I think a certain amount of people were just going to hear my last video and just be like, you're a hater, bro. Yeah. And just kind of let it, well, Davy Broy? Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Nothing's gotten done in the last year. Beta is supposed to be a point where things are getting better. And I'm saying that in a year of open beta, it's like, bro, I'm not seeing enough. That's the thing, is we're not seeing enough happen. We're not seeing enough happen to give us good faith as a community in what's going on over there. We need progress, right? The revamp, turning the animations up to 5 times speed and making a new kind of still ugly hexagon game board is just like, that is not it. That does not count. That does not count as development. That does not count as progress, right? You know? Like turning the animations up to 5 times speed and new game board does not count as that is not a year's worth of progress, bro. That is not. Yeah. So it's tough, man. Yeah, it's tough. Well, I gotta edit that up. And hopefully, yeah, you know, so I don't really know what to do. I just like, I really love Pokemon. I really love everybody at the Pokemon Company International. I really love all the people that I've worked with. I've got nothing but love for the dev team. I don't know who needs to hear the things that I'm saying, but like somebody does, okay? I've got nothing but love for all of them. I imagine if the dev team hates my guts, I get it. I understand, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're in this situation where we have to butt heads because I never wanted this, okay? I never wanted it to be like this. I just want to continue promoting and sharing the game that I love. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's not a personal attack. I don't want there to be any personal attack on anybody who's put their heart and soul into this, okay? I don't want it to be like that. But we have to have a conversation about how what's happening over there is not acceptable, right? We have to have an open conversation about how what's happening with the client is not acceptable, right? And yes, I should not be in this place where I have to, like, bro, frankly, I should get paid to give you 2.5 hours of feedback on your client. Because I have an extremely professional opinion on the matter. It's like there are people who should be getting paid to. Instead, it's like we're trying to crowdsource everything. It's like this. It's like, all right, someone has a book, okay, that they wrote. Someone has a book that they wrote, and it's edited very poorly, okay? There's a lot of errors in it. And it's like, instead of taking the time to make sure that the book was edited and good to read before they released it, they're trying to like crowdsource the editing on the book. They're like the feedback, but it's like somebody internally should have been able to read that book or gotten paid to read that book and make sure that it was looking good before the public got to see it, right? You know what I'm saying? Because now that like the public is seeing it in its current state, it's like we're losing faith. We're losing faith in the project, right? Because we're seeing too much. You know what I'm saying? Like we're seeing too much. Is that what this is? This bubble mailer from? Is this my Peoria promo? Hey, I got my Peoria promo too. Nice. I was wondering what this was. Cool. Yeah, there's my Peoria promo. Nice. Thanks. Thanks, Pokemon. Yeah. So? No, you're good, Swelly. You're good. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm confident that, we will continue to find our way as a community. I'm confident in my ability to continue to deliver inspired and engaging Pokemon trading card game content I'm confident in my ability to do that. That's the thing about operating in a space like this, is that you need to always be able to adapt and be on your toes and be able to respond to the changing tides of the landscape. And I feel like we've been able to do that very well up until this point, and I'm confident in our ability to continue to do that going forward. But yeah. You know, it's tough. It's tough. The thing is, you need passion, bro. You need passion. That project needs some passion. That project needs people not just who are passionate, but people who are, you need a combination of inspired, passionate, and capable. You need people who are inspired about the game, inspired about the franchise, and capable of delivering it. That's what needs to happen. There's been times where I've been like, bro, if you're gonna create something special, you need to have a team that's capable of doing that. But, you know, I guess maybe I'm just hurt because I want something special, but I can see that we're not getting something special, or that we might have to, you know, not just something special. I'd be okay with nothing. But what I don't want is something worse. And that's what we're getting, which is one of the reasons why it's so tough. Yeah. So then, like, I don't know. How do we fix it? What do we have to do to, like, actually fix it? What do we have to do? I don't know. Can't make your own client. Just keep being loud about it. But that, gosh, I feel like such a jerk. I don't want to do this, man. I don't want to be a jerk. Like, they're forcing me to be a jerk about it. You know what I mean? Like, bro, it's like that's what I'm saying, Captain. It's like, I feel like such a jerk. I don't want to be a jerk every day. I don't want to be a jerk about it. So, yeah. No, I really don't want to, man. I just want to continue doing what I do. I just want to continue doing what I do, right? So, yeah, I mean, I feel like it needs to be done. So, it is what it is. I'm trying to be as measured and reasonable about my feedback as possible. But yeah. Anyways, I got to get out of here and actually edit up this video. So thank you guys so much for the stream. I appreciate you. Still going to be back tomorrow with some more Pokemon trading card game content. But this was weighing heavy on my heart, so I wanted to get this out of here today and just get it done while I was thinking about it. So hopefully editing this all up isn't too tough. But we'll see how it goes. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see y'all then. I appreciate you guys bearing with me today. I know it's not necessarily the fun, goofy TCG stuff we always, we prefer, but let's see. See ya.